What's up, ladies and gentlemen? And welcome to the Graduates of Murder Grand Finals Unique Tournament event. And we got 6 rounds of action, mayhem, and strategy to be getting in with you today. But first and foremost, for those of you who aren't quite acquainted as to who I am, I'm Red Eyes, your ever-lovable and adorably cuddly caster, bringing you that daily dosage of butt-kickery, tomfoolery, and all-around shenaniganism. And I'm not alone today. I'm joined by the amazing Neptura. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello everybody, I'm Neptura. I do not have as stellar of an intro as the gentleman next to me, but yeah, hello, hi, I'm also here, just, kind of representing the EU side of things, Red is from the States, he's from that side of the world, so, he's coming in here with some fresh eyes and a fresh perspective for us all today.
That's right, Nep. And, what a road it's been to get here. We had 400 teams competing in this event just to get to where we are right now. 150 from Europe, 150 from Emea, and 100 from Turkey, all coming in to duke it out for this $1,000 prize pool. And to get here, they had to go through some gruesome semifinals where the top half would advance. We had 2 groups of that, all from there to the final stage, and then to the grand finals.
Exactly,
and boy, I mean, talk about only 6 games to decide who's going to take home that $1,000. And I got to ask, who do you think wants it the most? We got a lot of teams to watch out for.
We really do. It's going to be an interesting one because this tournament is not only Europe and Turkey, it's also MENA as well. I kind of want to see what the MENA region has in store for us because in terms of being in Europe, we don't generally see those teams in action all that much. So I'm going to be really excited to see how they perform with us here for this tourney.
Yeah, there's so many teams to keep an eye out for.
Yeah.
Tell you who I got my eye on is going to be Koops of NIGMA Galaxy, just a top performer. Koops! Yeah, seriously. We MVP and most limbs and highest damage in PMPL Arabia before getting the MVP at PMPL MEA Spring 2023. But you know what? We're going to be starting things off with Erangel.
Ich werde alle muten bis auf dich und win, okay?
That's right. And what do we need to say about a map like Erangel? It's essentially the off-bred love child of Sanhok and Miramar because it really is going to be the perfect middle ground between those 2 extremes, which leaves it fairly reliant upon the flight path. And Nep, our participants are thanking their lucky stars above because they are graced by Pub Jesus alone with that beautiful central flight path. And look, here's like we already are getting some congestion around the Rozhok area and some action already on the board. It looks like RC, that's going to be Regnum Carya, taking out a member of Dagestan 77. Limbo taken out early on before you can get equipped with anything.
That is such a shame for Dagestan. Yeah, that's not good at all. Oh no, do we have that spectator glitch? I think we do, where it's just that's gonna be that little red circle there for the entire game. So this is gonna be really fun. Fun to kind of work around. That's gonna be interesting. But Regnum Carya, they are over here on it's kind of south, not south. It's not south at all. What am I saying? This east side of Rozhok. It's a good compound to have, honestly, Red. It's not half bad at all. But it is kind of bad when you're split 2-2 either side of Rozhok, and there is a big team in the likes of Empire right in between you. So they gotta watch out here.
Yeah, talk about a team to watch out for. Empire of Titan, one of the top performing teams of the MENA pre-final stage with 74 total placement points, almost 20 points overall ahead of second. And getting cut short in their tracks here as I caster curse the heck out of him, talking him up and just lining him up for that S18 shotgun to the face. Well, and speaking on what you were saying there, Nep, revenge dished out in. Oh, that is a healthy serving of retaliation. From Gully of Empire with that brand new 7.62 just CQC Annihilator. What are your thoughts on the ace?
You know what? I have 0 thoughts on the ace because until about 2 days ago, I was not. The nade and the push. Here it comes.
Goodness. Martha Stewart herself could not have cooked a nade so phenomenally, perfectly timed and placed. And now we got Lock C30 here with 3 Oh, now, pardon me. 2 bullets left in the shotgun mag, and boom, down he goes like a bad habit. And that is going to bring RC down to a 2-piece, half of their starting lineup. Early stage, game 1. Now, this is absolutely going to be a strategy changer if you are RC. You know, this early on in stage 1, you definitely don't want to put all your eggs in the revenge basket, meaning that, you know, this is a marathon, not a sprint. And there are 6 matches that they have, only 6 to get that $1,000 prize pool. So they definitely do not want to be eliminated from the playing field so early on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think especially with the timing that they've decided to go with, it's especially not a good idea. I mean, I'm not sure where the rest of Regnum Carya were, but they should have been up at the top of that hill. You know, as soon as Empire came rushing down, that their other half of their team should have been right behind them, and then they could have sandwiched them, but they didn't. They just kind of held on out there, you know, and then just let half their squad die. Unfortunately, you know, that's how it turns out. But I think it could have gone a lot differently if they had just been a little bit quicker on that push, on that backup, you know, coming in from behind. But that's not how it happened, and they are going to be as a duo, and they're looking like they want to at least see what they can do here in terms of revenge. But honestly, this is just not going to be the play, I don't think.
I gotta agree with you there, you know, Nep. You know, I just feel like when you are reduced to half your starting lineup in stage 1, the idea to me seems to be to try to secure some placement points, get to the end game if possible, by any means necessary. Now, keep in mind, you know, while placement is not as highly emphasized as in the previous scoring structure, that is not to say that it is without significant weight, meaning that these players are going to need to dial things back, not to a necessarily passive, but a more reserved approach, and try to at least get some placement points and prevent themselves from being ruled out of the equation early on. You definitely don't. I mean, imagine going through the last 5 matches with no shot of winning. That would be devastating.
Oh yeah, it absolutely would, and that's where that's where, you know, you kind of see the difference between you know, the best teams.
Aber da ist nichts los, die sind im Pochinki alleine. Aber Team 6 hat gerade einen Kill gemacht und Knock.
In your strategy and just overall strategy
Südlich
and
von Kameshki.
individual game strategy as well. So, you know, you're going to start to see a few teams who maybe have a little bit more experience, have those players that have, you know, been around the world a couple of times. You know, this isn't their first rodeo. They're going to know exactly how they need to play this for those points and that balance of points. So it'll be interesting to see what actually happens here when it comes to that leaderboard.
Yeah, and you talk about, you know, experience and synergy, but boy, oh boy, there is no map that our participants should be more experienced and synergized and most rehearsed on than Erangel. It's the first map ever introduced to the game, so by far, and I think it's a safe statement to say that is probably the most played map in PUBG Mobile as well, even in the current standard. So by all means, this is going to be the one that I think, you know, synergy should be most rehearsed on, and their comfort level should be high. But you know what? We're in the heat of action.
Ich mach so, dass ich immer dich anspreche, ja? Niemals Rüß. Und du überlegst dir dann, was du sagst. Rüß, du könntest mich theoretisch auch muten.
I will not say. Here, eagerly waiting, but one nade could cut them short in their tracks.
Yeah, absolutely good. And it looks like they're really... Oh, that was a good one. That was nearly it, but no. R's going to be returning fire with another nade. Oh, uses it nicely to cross that threshold, but now the zone's going to be pressuring them even more, Red.
Yeah, now it's a battle of utilities here as Frog cooks up one, trying to... Oh, it almost did, but it did significant damage, and that was just enough damage for Frog to add on to what Rini began. Rini's nade taking the opponent down to just above half health, and Frog adding on. Oh, I apologize, not Rini. Rini's teammate, whose name I shall not say. But Frog was able to capitalize on the moment, and that is what is important. But boy, it is just an onslaught of utilities as nades rain down, Hellfire crashing around Frog and his teammate, and just desperate to try to regain some of that health. But the time is of the essence, and oof, one nade crashes down, and yeah, boom goes the dynamite, all too literally, Nep.
Yes, it does. And I want to just point out. Oh no! Oh, that was a beautiful molly red. Oh, and down he goes. Has to just move out into that door frame, and Dark Knights are ready and waiting. An excellent play coming in from them. That's gonna be a squad wipe, and only losing one of their players. So although it's not, it's not perfectly ideal, as long as you lose a player, there's gonna be something to critique. But that is a darn good start to the game because you still got 3 up. It's easier. It's far easier than a duo. So they are going to be feeling pretty happy about that.
Yeah, you got to be realistic. Yeah, you don't want to lose a member this early on, but losing one teammate as a trade for 4 kills is about as good of a scenario as it's going to get there. So, yeah, count your blessings where they are, but they are going to have to move forward as a 3-piece and adjust their playing style accordingly. But look who has come to the party like sharks in the water. They smelled the blood. They heard the shots, and they are coming in for that third party. It's going to be none other than Gangster Gaming. Look at this little sneaky grass snake. We got Argo belly crawling his way. Now, this is an interesting positioning here, Nep, because with Argo holding this positioning on this hilltop, it leaves to beg the question, what positioning is better, the compound building cover or the geographical high ground? And I always ask this question because I feel like it varies on a case-by-case basis. And in this case, I'm really not sure if there really is a more advantageous angle yet. But my prediction is that it will ultimately become the geographical high ground advantage here. And the reason I say that is because if Argo were to get knocked from that hilltop, he would just have to crawl a few steps back before being out of the line of sight. Whereas if our opponents here in Dark Knight, say on the first floor, get knocked, they are still within eyesight through that window of securing a thirst. So, yeah, but, it's all on a case-by-case basis. And here we see Rob, again, the ever-prevalent DBS doing what it does.
Gosh darn
just cutting everyone in their tracks.
Rob, no! Now, Rob, I do know he's a French player, so I feel sad to see him go down. But, that is what it is. I honestly, from the Gangsters, I'm not entirely sure this was the play to make. They're in zone. The zone's not that far. And, their opponents are going to have to move out of the zone eventually. So I'm not sure why they decided to take this fight in the zone like this. Because, as we all know, that's one of the most disadvantaged places to be. But they went for it. They've lost Robs, but Dark Knight, they have actually lost quite a few players, and it does look like Gangster Gaming might have the advantage on this one.
Well, it's a 1v3 at this point, and I gotta be, devil's advocate here because I do believe I see why Gangster Gaming did. They heard the shots and they knew that they were coming in to attack a weakened victor from that previous altercation. It was a third party from start to finish. Unfortunately, what they did not expect was one heck of a final stand by the Dark Knights, and now Panika, there is no panic for Panika here, but maybe there should be, as Hunter lives up to his name and hunts Panika right out of the equation, sends him right on back to lobby, and it is going to be an early finish for the Dark Knights.
It is indeed. They did get a few points, so not all that bad there. But, really just played into what you were saying earlier about, if you have that compound, your enemy can see you from quite a while away, with those hallways and those angles from those windows. So just going right into what you were saying there. But the Gangsters, they got three eliminations. They've lost 2 players, though. That is going to be really rough. And it really changes the whole game and how you play it. So they're going to have to play this probably a little bit slower, not go for those CQC, confrontational fights. Go for those third parties, get a good spot, and kind of just hold it for the rest of the game.
That's right, Nep. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Now, everyone, every team, depending on their synergy and experience level, and experience with one another, knowing each other's player styles, but that will determine how they handle the sort of in-game, as well as their acquaintance with the remainder of the playing field, knowing how well they know their enemies. Keep your friends close, your enemies closer. You definitely want to know their playstyles. And it looks like NIGMA Galaxy is in the clutches of W7 as we speak. We see Rakuf, I apologize, it's a little blurry on my screen, firing away, trying to get some damage in on a W7 member. I believe that was Dika, not really dishing out many actual connecting shots there from what I'm seeing, and holding his positioning here. Talk about geographical advantages and disadvantages, you know, knowing when to utilize the geography. And it looks like our Rakuf here, if I'm seeing that, Raduf, pardon me if I'm mispronouncing it, it's a little blurry, doing a pretty darn good job of utilizing that geography. Getting that boulder, but also utilizing the cliff edge, and when cover isn't afforded all around, he had that vehicle for backup.
Did indeed. Oh, this is going to be a difficult one for them, for W7 here. I mean, he's got a long way to go. Nice little smoke, but it is against NIGMA Galaxy. You see Coops over there in the distance. He's not going to let anything slide if he can possibly help it, especially with those nades. There he goes. But looks like he is going to be able to get in.
Well, you know, Coop's the hometown hero for me, you know, formerly of the Pittsburgh Knights, just an all-around dominator here. But what I'm noticing is Yakuza just swallowing that blue zone damage. I'm pretty sure we're dealing with some boosted zones here, and I think that is definitely going to have to be a pinnacle factor for our participants now that they know that zone is going to be hurting something fierce. I don't think it leaves a lot of room for the heal strat or any blue zone camping. So I think W7 had a pretty tough pill to swallow here, but the pill has swallowed, the message is received, and I think they're going to have to take that into account moving forward. We got Lord holding position, utilizing this little vehicle and bunker cover with a Mini 14 in hand, aimed outwards with that DMR, just trying to find a line on any opposition, while a member of W7 pulling the wide flank rotation towards the north.
Ooh, yeah, I am seeing that. Could be a good one, except that they are going to be running straight into Team 17, Melise there. They're going to have to be careful about that. I think they've seen them, though, going to be moving away. And all this is just going to be jostling a little bit outside of zone. As you see that zone start to move in, that zone is getting smaller and smaller. The circle is getting smaller. And a lot of teams have already set up. So, you know, you've got Team 21 in there. You've got, who else? Titans in there as well. Also, let me check this real quick. Brute Force as well, you know. So there's got some big teams here, some pretty big names, all centered up in zone already. So a lot of these teams are going to have to be very careful where they go next.
Yeah, and you talk about a tough zone map. Look at that. It has almost no compound cover afforded to any of the participants. So this is absolutely going to be a battle for real estate. When compound cover becomes so few and far between, that is when it becomes absolutely imperative to know the geographical bits of cover that you can have afforded to you, the good hills, the good divots, know where the boulders and trees that you can secure yourself from are. And when those aren't afforded to you, that is when utilities are the absolute difference-making variable between life and death. Having those smokes to enshroud yourself in a cloud of cover can absolutely be the pinnacle factor for survival come in.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, the mini coming in there. Yeah, NIGMA Galaxy, we saw them in PMWI doing the exact same thing with these minis, just spraying up a storm, just eating up the rest of the lobby with this mini. I gotta say, I love it. I love the strat. I am a big mini stan. I love spamming it like an AR. It's really, really fun and really effective. So I'm glad to see more and more people end up using it. But I gotta say, Red, you know, we were talking about the kind of circle that this is. This is my kind of circle. I hate compounds. I get very flustered very quickly in compounds because of the angles and the hardcover and all that. I really prefer this, you know, this open ground where you get to move and prone and move again and use your snipers and all that good stuff. So I think it's really an interesting sort of component to the game that some players do prefer that open ground, some prefer compounds. So for some of these teams, it's going to be heaven. This first game is going to be a piece of cake. For others, maybe not so much. Maybe those are the teams that we see kind of cling on to whatever little bit of cover they can. You know, NIGMA Galaxy down at the bottom there. Also, if I'm getting this right, yeah, Bonfire, Brute Force. also trying to hold on to whatever they can as well. So maybe that's what we're kind of seeing here.
Yeah, and with this new zone, I think the contestation for high ground is going to become even more fierce. W7 had such a great positioning with that high ground earlier, giving them almost a 270-degree overwatch, but now the zone is shifted and they have only a matter of time to work their way and try to claim the king of the hill spot of this new zone. And boy, are they doing it aggressively, just pushing upon the opponent here, and the opponent being none other than Gangster Gaming.
Ooh.
Oh!
How?
I believe the tree itself, pardon me too, and Gangster Gaming and Melise Esports as well, and it looks like the nade was blocked by that tree, but it did do some serious damage to, I believe, player 3. That was what took the knock. So that is going to put them at a weakened position. But boy, talk about a saving grace. I was talking about geographical cover just a few moments ago. Well, there it is in full form.
It sure is. My goodness me, it looked like a Terminator movie or something, just walking through that nade. That was so much fun to watch. But they are going to get this res up and running just in the nick of time as well. So looks like they're going to be all up and running for the rest of this event. Hopefully, fingers crossed for them. They do have a pretty good spot up here as long as they don't butt heads too much with the Gangster Gaming as well. And down to the south side, though, I also want to just shout them out. Brute Force having major control of that south side, so we'll have to see how they end up doing. But at the moment, all the action's to that north.
Yeah, and oh boy, talking about peace, there will be no peace for him as he is taken down from a low ground grass snake. Yeah, something you got to keep your eyes out because the snakes are lurking. You got to watch your step. And here we have Sun HP serving out a very healthy plate of revenge right then and there. Now they are currently down to a 2-piece, maybe potentially able to secure that revive, and it looks like they're able to do... Oh, I might have spoken prematurely. Yeah, but look, Sun, yet another takedown. And now desperately trying to secure this first aid, which he does so just in the nick of time. Coming forward with that UMP-45, that CQC Annihilator, but only one extra clip now. Down to 30 bullets and seals the deal, bringing himself up to 5 kills and 10 kills overall for the team as they carry on as a 2-piece with 20 players left spread across 9 teams.
Tell you what, Red, if they continue to have, kind of the domination of this north side with this ridge, it's going to be really hard for them to play this north side because of that angle, because of the hillside that they have and how open it is down the ridge. As a duo, this just got a heck of a lot harder. So no, wait a second. That was, I thought that was all of Brute Force out. It's
no,
okay.
not quite.
I was gonna be really sad for them if they spent this entire time claiming control and then just got yeeted, but they didn't, and they're gonna be bashing heads. That's not the word, but bashing heads with NIGMA Galaxy now.
Yeah, I was gonna say Brute Force now is a 2-piece. What was once an advantageous approach, now the numbers are not in their favor, and they're gonna have to recalibrate. But you know what? Looking at that zone, only the ARB champions were occupying positioning so far. Now, is that a good idea? I think 95% of the time, yes. But given this zone, I think it could be their undoing because they are surrounded on almost all 4 sides by numerous opponents in open field where they are just, fish in a barrel, open picking. And that is not a position you want to be in when all these teams constrict upon the new zone at once.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's one of those things where, the same goes for players when they play center zone. As the zone starts to come in, then you start to see a lot of teams on all sides, and it gets very difficult to start holding angles on any one side because everybody's got an angle on you. So it's really something you have to think about, especially in a zone like this. Oh, hang on. Neos going for that nade. Is it going to happen?
Correct me if I'm wrong. My screen is a little blurry here, but it looked like 2 members of NIGMA were knocked. Is that correct? And the nade on Coops! Oh boy. David has struck Goliath, and now Sun HP taking some little third-party shots from the side, being taken down to just below 3/4 of his overall health, and now he has to reorient his attention down to Titan Esports. Luckily, he does have a little bit of a high ground and some geographical cover, along with the utilities to add on to that cover. But boy, oh boy, talk about being thrown out of the frying pan into the fire. No time to even celebrate before the likes of Titan Esports come in.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do want to say, tell you what, White are doing a really, really good job. They've got 11 eliminations so far. Sun HP has 5 of those. So this is definitely a team coming in with a very strong start. ARB have just been holding this fort for a very long time. They've been in this compound for a while. They've got 3 eliminations. They're only a duo, but at the moment, you know, it's working. Top 4 position while everybody's just yapping at each other. They've just been sitting quiet, just chilling, having a little bit of time to themselves, having a cup of tea perhaps before the fight really starts. So top 4 for them, really good stuff. But did I see that could be a third party opportunity if they saw Titans there?
Well, so, you know, it's funny that you mentioned that. So I personally feel that, yes, it is currently panning out in their favor, this slower approach. I'd say, that, you know, this more reserved approach from the ARB champions. But my concern, you know, is that this is, you know, the cream of the crop, the top, the best of the best from numerous regions and some of the heaviest hitters in the PUBG Mobile esports scene. So by all means, I do expect a pretty elimination intensive event. And so yes, placement is going to take you places for sure, ARB. But with this new scoring system, eliminations are going to be the focus. We're 5 years into PUBG Mobile esports, and we're ready for that next level elevation of gameplay. And I think that's what we're due to expect. So ARB champions, they do secure the placement. Will it be enough at the end of the day after all 6 matches are done? Personally, my prediction, I don't think that placement alone is going to take you there.
No, absolutely not. But you know, you could be seeing a team that kind of goes, listen, this zone is absolute trash for us. We don't like this at all. Let's just go for placement and get all those eliminations. You know, in game 2, we'll have to see how that goes. But I definitely agree with you that, you know, if they continue to just focus on placements for the entirety of tonight, then yeah, the chances are they're not really going to be seeing as many points as they perhaps would like to, especially against a lot of these teams.
Yeah, and now we are down to our final 3 teams spread across 8 players. We've got Brute Force, we've got Titan Esports, and we got ARB champions in a 3v3v2 to decide who wants to win that gold medal chicken dinner on the tip of their tongue finish for round 1.
I'm interested in this. This is a nice split from Brute Force. It's a difficult split. It's a kind of ambitious split, I gotta say, you know? It's a little bit far apart.
Well, so the 2-1 split. So the 2-1 split, I think, in general for an in-game is a good approach, especially to use your numbers to your advantage. But in this particular case, given the outlier here, which I believe is going to be Repod, he's a little bit, I think, you know, he's sandwiching himself basically as the deli meat in a peanut butter and trouble sandwich between 2 opponents. Now, I believe if he were to have branched off towards the eastern portion of the zone, it might have been a little bit more advantageous of a 2-1 split. But, you know, that's only with the observers having this 20/20 vision, this extra little bit of info. He doesn't have that luxury, so completely understandable. All right, but look here. Talking about numbers in their favor, we got Titan Esports with 6 kills to their name and 3 of their members still up. And guess what, Nep? 5 of those 6 kills on the board are from the people still very much alive.
That is a really, really promising start for them. Except I can meet you there, Red, because Brute Force have 3 players up, 6 eliminations, and all 6 of those eliminations are from the players still standing. So it's a very, very even fight here between these 6 players left for these remaining 2 teams.
Yeah, talk about a neck and neck finish. Both these teams won it equally here, but we got ourselves a 3v3, a fair fight to end round 1. Let's get it. All right. Well, wow. Talk about a bold and aggressive approach. Talk about someone trying to be the focus factor. Neos definitely wants the attention. He wants to be taking the attention from Titan Esports and giving his teammates that opportunity for that second angle, that surprise factor, any little thing that they can use. Now, these smokes just talk about a crucial variable at a 3v3 endgame. I mean, he was trying to run him over like bowling pins, just spray and praying, just closing his eyes, Paul Walkering his pedal to the metal, and just hoping for the best. Look at him going.
Look at him.
How is he alive? How did he? Yes, he's still getting shot up. How did he stay alive for that long?
Insane.
Still not down. This man is got a lead foot and knows how to drive. He's got his Class C commercial license, and he is using it.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Goodness me. Oh, and the smokes are going up. Oh, but also those mollies. Nice retaliation there.
Well, Wendell trying to get a little candle burning from brute force, but this is the nature of an in-game Erangel match. The sneaky grass snake finish, and talk about having the equipment to really cut things short in their tracks. That DBS can be a one-shot ender right there. Boomer is downed right before our eyes, and boom, that is that. The Titans take the lead. Beautiful finish there. Very strong, and I gotta give it up. Credit to both of those teams. I don't see these 3v3 two-team in-game matches that can go on for that long. I mean, that was just a battle of patience and tactics. Neither team ready to offer themselves up on a platter to the opponent, and neither team underestimating the opposition. A lot of respect here on the playing field, and it just shows. What a phenomenal first round.
Yeah, it was so much fun to watch, and I do really agree with you there. These three very, very evenly matched. Both of them had some really good plays. I think brute force a little bit on the keen side when it came to that offensive kind of play, whereas Titans took more of a backseat, kind of let them come to them. So either way, both of those strategies do work, and I just applaud both of them. I love seeing that buggy meta come into play here. I've been loving seeing it across esports, you know, that whole thing of using it as a distraction, using it for info. We're seeing a lot more driving around and getting all that info and stuff. So I really enjoy seeing that at any game, and this was a great game to use it.
Well, you know, talk about a first message to the playing field. Boy, way to kick things off for Titan Esports as they acquire 9 elimination points, adding that to those 10 placement points from that first place chicken dinner on the tip of their tongue finish. And look at this. Top 5 elims. We got Whiteson with 6 kills and 1,089 damage. Pardon me, 1,000. What are words? Then we got GG Hunter also tying up with 6 elims, but definitely a little difference there in damage, but very impressive performance. But you know what Whiteson is telling me? 6 elims over 1,089 damage. That means that this guy is very aggressive, but at the same time, he is not overly hesitant to put himself out in those vulnerable positions to secure those thirsts. Now, let's look at Hunter. Now, from first glance, that 700 points, doesn't look as impressive. But with 6 kills to the name, he's very effective at getting his thirsts.
No, absolutely. Oh my god. I just saw next Rüya's graph continue to go up and up and up. Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, it's interesting. You can always kind of tell if somebody is equaling high kills but not equaling that damage. You can tell there's some third-party action going on, which you always love to see. So yeah, some really good work from all of them. But next, Rüya, we didn't see them in that top 5. I think they maybe were 5th or 6th. We didn't really see them all too much at the end of that game there, but they sure put in the work. 12 eliminations on their side, and brute force as well, coming in there with another top of the graph, but that's in damage, not necessarily in elimination. So overall, a very, very strong start for the majority of these teams, but we will be going into game 2 fairly shortly, but another graph, I do believe.
Yeah, when speaking on, so we are coming back at you shortly with the wide open arid desert of Miramar. Now, these are going to be the two prominent themes, the Erangel Miramar dynamic, and I think this is going to be really particularly interesting to see how this plays out, Net, because as we know, those are the biggest maps that we're going to have in the PUBG Mobile esports scene, and they are the most mentally demanding because just of the length of the match, the size of the map, and so switching back and forth between 4 matches of large maps before going to Sanhok, I think it's going to have to play on our participants' mental quite a bit here. This is going to be, in every aspect of the word, a marathon, not a sprint. And when you look at brute force, they may not have taken that dub per se, and yes, they had 6 elims, which is fairly along with the tie. But look at that damage factor, sending out a message to the entire playing field that they came to play and look for those fights. They are hungry for blood, and I expect that they are going to be one of the teams to watch out for as we move into that dry, arid desert of Miramar coming round 2.
Absolutely. I'm really interested to see when Sanhok's going to be coming in, because at the end there, a lot of these teams maybe towards the south side of the leaderboard, they're going to be just kind of going, we have nothing left to lose. So Sanhok, I am hoping, is going to be an absolute chaotic map, because I would love to see that. I love chaos. And I'm just looking forward to Sanhok, like I'm looking forward to the next graph that we've got up for you guys in chat. We'll be seeing that soon. And then, Miramar coming up.
One of the things that really needs to be accentuated, I should say, is the difference of geography between these two maps. It's almost, I don't want to say polarly opposite, but very, very different play styles. Miramar is such a open landscape that you need to be aware of not just your close and immediate surroundings, but your distant surroundings as well. 300 meters away, you could have your next opponent and still face that headshot to the face from a sniper. What you need to be on guard at all times. Now, keep in mind, everyone, draws attention to Miramar as the largest map, but technically Erangel is also an 8x8, but that includes Erangel's bodies of water, so it is gonna be the biggest open surface area to work with. So we'll have to see how our participants come in ready to adapt their gameplay and strategies moving forward into this new geography.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's go on into the good stuff,
ladies and gentlemen,
stuff like that.
We'll be back at you in just a few short moments when we kick things back with that dry, open air desert of Miramar. This is the Graduates of Murder Unique Tournament Grand Finals. Stick around. We'll be back soon. right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are back for round 2 of the Graduates of Murder Unique Tournament Grand Finals. And Nep, what a way to kick things off. What a performance by Titan Esports and Brute Force. Two different strategies, two phenomenal finishes. You know, I think we're seeing kind of two different approaches where Brute Force is going for this all-out, bloodthirsty berserker warpath, out there looking for any fight that they can take on. Why? Because they have the confidence factor in their favor, and they are riding that heavily. And once, you know, that's something to watch out for. Teams that are at that skill level, when they get that sort of momentum, that ball can be hard to stop from snowballing. And
that's true.
So, but you know what? Titan Esports, very effective at what they do, making it to the end game and then getting those late in-game eliminations to add on. It's icing on the cake. Bring that with the 10 placement points. It's a phenomenal finish for round 1. But what is going to happen, Nep, now that we're changing up the scenery a bit and bringing things to that wide open map of Miramar, a whole different playing field where open land can be absolutely abundant. You could have 2 compounds in a stage 3 zone. It could all boil down to geography and strategy. And I think what works so well on Erangel is probably not going to be the ticket here, but we're going to have to find out. And that plane is already taken off. So let's go ahead and get into round 2. Well, look at that flight path. Nep, I'm going to say one thing, and I think this is specific to Miramar specifically, that the central flight path is not necessarily the best flight path on Miramar. This, however, is close enough to the best flight path, which I find goes from the Campo Militar region down to Los Higos, Minas del Sur. And the reason I say that is because it takes you through 2 different strings of cities and compounds, leaving our participants with, by all means, in every aspect of the word, the most possible compound and city drop spots available in a Miramar zone.
No, I'd agree with that. Yeah, this is a very, very nice zone, a very generous zone for all of these teams because, you know, as we were saying before the break, you know, with a bigger map like this, it's going to take you a lot longer and the distance is far greater from flight path to your drop spot. So a nice plane path like this is going to give those teams every possible chance to get there. And, you know, we were saying, oh, hang on.
Yeah, it looks like Mao.
I hate fights in these buildings. I avoid them like the plague. They are just the best for a stalemate. It's just the worst over here. But hey, Regnum back at it. Let's see.
Well, you know, talk about being kind of thrust into the fire here. The second those feet touch the ground, you only have seconds to get your weaponry and armor before engaging in this fight here. And as you can see, Regnum is going to be very much thrown into the fire up against none other than the opponents of Dark Knights. Now, we saw Dark Knights in round 1, early game confrontation. They know how to handle their own. And off in the distance, we have a couple other fights brewing as well as the BigBabies face off against Dagestan.
Yeah, over in San Martin as well. So that's going to be an interesting one, except I think that Dagestan only has 1 elimination. So looks like they did get away with at least a couple. So they're not out of the game just yet. But
well, you know,
as we move over...
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, you know what's interesting about this is, you know, Miramar, due to its sheer size, tends to be one of those maps where there's so much space that you can really have a bit of a slower paced first half of the game. And we are seeing the complete opposite here. Just coincidentally. Yeah. And now Regnum, we got Tron somewhat branching away from the path and a little bit further away from his teammates. As I say that, we got the fiddler on the roof here. XY30 here going right on up, trying to get the high ground just to see if anybody is getting testy, anyone getting confident to walk outside. It's going to be open field gameplay.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's an interesting angle that Regnum actually has on this team. I see what they're going for. You know, they're kind of trying to get all those angles covered. But again, these buildings are just such a hard place to really win anything without major loss that they're going to have to be
Hmm.
pretty smart about this. I would like to see maybe all three of them come in the same stairway sort of thing, you know, kind of just overwhelm the team, but that could be risky, you know, depending on the angles that the other team has. So it's just a very difficult building, and it makes for a very long altercation.
Yeah, it leads to beg the question, is it a fight worth taking on
No.
at this early of a stage? I gotta agree with you, Nep. I don't think for either of the team that it is a very beneficial altercation this early on
Mm.
because whoever wins is more than likely not going to be able to do so without some casualty in the mix. And yes, those early game eliminations can be pivotal. Getting those kills before your opponent can get properly looted, that can be pivotal. But both of these
Hmm.
teams are
Oh.
very equipped already, and realistically, they've put themselves in a position now at this point where neither team can really evacuate from the scene without
Hmm.
facing some sort of bullets. And I think, yeah, realistically, they've put themselves up against a corner where now they have to fight.
Yeah.
Well,
And I mean,
Trump.
this kind of puts them in a good position because now they've got that cover. They can get maybe a player, but it is going to be difficult Tron down there, and they're not going to be able to resuscitate him at all quickly enough because you know that the other team has Hawkeyes on that player. So Regnum Carya just put themselves in a bit of a world of hurt, I think. And like you said, you know, but it's too late to disengage now. You've got to do something here. More cover
Yeah.
coming through, but is it enough?
Yeah, the only real way to disengage from this fight is to have a member of Regnum or a member of Dark Knights play the sacrificial lamb and the
Hmm.
distraction factor, while the other two were to find some sort of evacuation route through the buildings and compounds. And that's really the only possible chance, and that's not even to say a good chance.
Hmm.
So I think at this point, this is something that it is what it is, and you're just going to have to deal with the circumstances afforded to you. But neither of these teammates or of these teams really too eager to give any uh, offerings to the other. They don't want to be
Hmm.
presenting any moment of vulnerability, and so this can boil down to a battle of patience in this,
Hmm.
4v4 that has kind of loomed on now for several minutes. I could see it continuing for several minutes more.
Oh, absolutely. And it is interesting. I was just watching them up on the roof there, and I tell you what, they got some great angles to effectively. Oh, never mind. They've got some great angles to effectively just uh, keep Dark Knights in that building and just stay there for the rest of the game. I mean, there's nothing that they can really do. There's no angles they can take. You know, they're gonna get shot from either the gymnasium or whatever that's called now, and the roof. So unfortunately, they've lost that angle. Now they've lost, you know, almost lost a player. They're gonna be able to get him res back up. They did get a knock in return, but it's just not going well. I think Dark Knights still have this advantage for some reason. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
No. Oh, he
Well,
does in the
that's
end.
what I like to call a caster curse. I said the moment you
Yeah.
said that, that was done
Rip.
for. You just changed the tides here. And
I
yeah, the
did.
Dark Knights
Rip.
are about to face the dawn here, and
Mhm.
it is all down to I believe this is Baja. Yeah, Baja.
Yeah.
And boy, talk about a lot of pressure on your shoulders. Desperately trying to secure a revive, but not enough time. Just a second and a half more would have done it, but no time. And he's got no health to speak of. With only half a clip right now in this UMP, quickly switching over to a Uzi. It is a just switching between SMGs is not the favorable thing, but out of
Mm.
necessity more so than preference. And here he comes in,
Oh.
trying to keep the pressure on his opponent before that revive is successful.
Yeah. This is. I mean, Wild from Regnum Carya has to get this res off. He has to because otherwise he's gonna be a solo. That's gonna be it for them.
But
So he has to get this res off. But now Daja, I know he's got low everything, but he's letting that heal come off.
well, I think it's a bit of the same situation, where they both. It could have been a 1v1 if I'm not mistaken there,
Mhm.
and it was a battle of priority. What do you do? Do you heal yourself up? Do you heal your teammate? Do you try to attack an already weakened opponent when you yourself have no health? It is the tale as old of time in PUBG Mobile. And I think in this case, you know, Regnum, patience paying off, waiting until the right moment to strike, and doing so with a little bit of luck added to the mix. Worked out pretty well for him. Ooh, quickly switching over to ONYX Esports. It looks like trying to see who they are lingering out, sucking up that blue zone damage. Yeah, well, W7 right up in the mix. We got Hero.
Looks like it.
He says, I can be your hero, baby. I'm coming in with this UMP 45 CQC Annihilator, taking you out. No, sir, I'm not.
No.
Taking his opponent down to extremely low levels of health. And Hero has fallen to ONYX Black, and with only a matter of seconds to heal up, he is thanking his lucky stars for that little bit of health that he had left. And now Walid coming in with a preliminary nade potentially in the works here, aimed out and ready and waiting for ONYX.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. So ONYX are down to 2 right now. So this is the only duo. These are the remaining players of these last 2 teams. So Walid's got still a little bit of work cut out for him, but honestly, if I were ONYX, I'd just hightail it. You're out in the zone. You're only 2 of you. You know there's only 1 left. You've got the kills. You got the... Oh, wait, no, they don't. They only have 1 elimination right now. So
what just happened? What did I just see? What in the actual Major League Baseball aim of throw did I just see?
God.
How did he get that? That is one of the most impressive nades I've ever seen. Now, either this is a resolution issue from what I'm seeing, or that was the best placed and cooked nade, potentially.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Oh, no.
All right, Walid as a solo, taking the odds that are stacked against him in a 1v2 handicap match, and just, I mean, even if he's taken out now, that nade, and he gets it! He gets it! What just happened? And you know he is doing his dances. There is no better feeling in PUBG Mobile than when a nade hits and then when you come up against the odds and get a squad wipe. Those are the 2 best feelings, and he got them back to back. Now, while W7 has been reduced down to a solo, they still have Walid to potentially get some better placement and add a little bit of slack in the rope. You know, they are definitely going to take a bit of a hit for round 2, no matter how you look at it. But those placement points, if he can just stay alive, it's going to reduce the impact of that detriment significantly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they already have 5 eliminations on the board right now. So 5 more points going their way. If he can just stay till kind of like top 9, that's when the placement points start to go in. I would consider this a successful game just from that fight, that 1v2 alone. Play of the night already.
I would, yeah, oh yes. But I would say, yeah, I agree. 5 elims under the belt. I don't really think as a solo the move would be to go out actively searching for blood, but that's not to say that he can't, you know, sit tight and let those opportunities present themselves to him. And if there's an easy third-party kill, you know, to be picked off, sure, go for it, as long as you have the positioning and the cover to not be eliminated in retaliation right after.
Yeah, totally. But you know what, Red, that zone is centering on up. We do see a little bit of that happening at the moment, but Regnum gonna be in Picado on their own, looking to potentially be challenged by ARB again. We're seeing ARB do the same thing they did in Erangel, but again, they're down to 2, so maybe this is one of those kind of duo strategies. You know, if we do go down to 2, they go, you know what, we need that center, that mid-zone compound. We need to just chill and wait for the end of game. So while they do that, though, it looks like Brute Force not having that game at all. In fact, quite the opposite, Red.
This is a team that I really am going to be keeping a close eye on, especially right now. Brute Force with such a phenomenal performance in round 1. You know, yes, they didn't get the first place finish, but they got some great placement, and the damage that they implemented just it told me a story. It told me a story of people who want the fight. They want the blood and are actively what I call a berserker strategy. A berserker back in the day was a warrior who would go around with no armor, just wielding 2 axes or swords with nothing to protect themselves out, just out to hurt people, out to get as many casualties and elims as possible. And that's these guys, because they are so comfortable as a unit and as individual members as well. Ooh, Waleed in the distance getting another takedown. This solo knows how to solo.
He does indeed. That's really, really nice. And he's going up against the rest of Dagestan as well, looking to see what they've got in store there. He's pushing it. He is pushing it. I'm seeing it on our feed. But we are going to be moving on to another player, another team, a full squad this time around. And just go back to Brute Force very quickly. You know, I think Miramar is definitely a map that's going to favor a team like Brute Force. You know, we saw in Erangel, they're very, very on top of everything. They favor that CQC. They're very aggressive. Certainly in that 3v3 at the end there, they were very aggressive, trying to get those that info, get those eliminations. So I could see a map like Miramar being very influential for them, very good for them, seeing as they like that. For Titans, maybe not so much with all those a lot of ground there, a lot of firepower coming down, and here we go, bonfire. They've got that high ground. They could just sit up there and do nothing, but instead they're taking those shots.
Well, you know, you talk about scouting and getting information. That's exactly what Mir has on the mind here with this high ground. And keep in mind, give the positioning of where he's at in the zone. I like it for several reasons, Nep. One of which being the obvious. By being up here, he gets a huge overwatch of about 270 degrees. Technically more than that, but the backside is blue zone, which is my second point. By having this blue zone behind him, for the most part, he does not need to account for behind him. That's not to say there isn't a possibility of stragglers coming in, but the odds are significantly less. So he has almost secured his backside while giving himself a huge overwatch advantage and high ground advantage over the opponent. And I think for sure it's safe to say that members of GG are feeling that pressure right now.
Yeah, for sure. That's what's so great about Miramar. It's a very dangerous map because there's always a high ground higher than yours, except when you're up there on those cliffs, because there ain't nobody that's going to be topping that. So yeah, it's a really, really good spot to have if you can get it, but you got to get there early or you're not going to get it at all. There's too many teams that want that sort of spot. But I will say, you know, we've been talking a lot about Brute Force, been talking a lot about W7 and Waleed, and I will say, you see them at the very north of that map. They are going at it as we speak. So this could be a very interesting fight coming in here.
Yeah, you know, we got White, we got members of Regnum, we've got members of Fury all coming up to the party. Got a little love triangle forming in the Bacado region, and that's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out, especially concerning where the new zone goes. Because if it does not favor the Bacado region, then it's going to be adding a pressure factor for these teams here. Oh, look, Wild coming up with that S12. But boy, oh boy, held off on the stairs by Peace with that UMP 45. Now, talk about a close fight. You know, a UMP, a CQC, close quarter combat annihilator, but up against the shotguns. You know, if it was a DBS, I would say done and done. S12, a little bit less impactful, but that shotgun close range, almost impossible to come back from. If it's a good shot on you, it's done so. So I got to give credit to White where that came from. Really nice takedown and utilizing that stairway for what I like to call the 300 approach, where numbers account for nothing. You know, we see it time and time again. Those stairway plays can be crucial.
They really can. They really, really can. It's something I always try to avoid. Ooh. Like, everybody should be avoiding these hilltops right now. Again, there's always a high ground higher than yours. Dagestan, tried to get up that cliff and got yeeted by White, who are on a bigger cliff, a higher cliff. So Miramar, when you're trying to play that high ground, when you're a team that favor high ground like they do, it's a very difficult map to really play from. And Dagestan bringing up the rear there, they're not going to be able to get him at all. Or else no, he's on the other side. Ooh, he will be able to be gotten. But, ooh, nice trick with the buggy. Don't knock out your teammate with it, though.
Yeah, it's important to make sure that vehicles do not be projectile weapon against teammates. That is one sure way to knock your the only way, really, one of the only ways to do it. But boy, it definitely leads for some critical locker room talk when that happens. Well, White is going to be reduced down to half their starting lineup. And as we mentioned in round one, going to when you lose half of your player base, it's going to have to change up the strategy, but never more so on a map as open as Miramar. With just a two-piece and having to account for not just your immediate, but distant surroundings as well. I think that's time for them to start utilizing a little bit of a slower play, because there's still 13 teams spread across 39 players and a lot of gameplay ahead of us.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's a bit of a catch-22. It's as a duo, you've either got more work or slightly less work. It depends on your playstyle, I think. Because you can have those DMRs, because you can have that long range, in some ways, you can keep teams from coming anywhere near you. And because it's so open and you have such a panoramic view, you don't need as many angles as you might do in Erangel. But I think this team, they're going to need a few more angles than they have, because it looks like, who are they even going up against? Is that Brute Force?
No, I believe it's going to be Empire of Titan.
Oh.
And that is definitely a team you don't want to underestimate. The first place holders in the GOM finals, I guess pre-final stages, but not just the first place holders. They dominated. They had literally 30 placement points and 44 elimination points. That's it's an outlier in terms of overall score results. It just says something. It is a huge hurdle to overcome for the rest of the playing field. So they definitely want to knock Empire of Titan off that King of the Hill position early on. Make sure they take out their confidence. And that's not a bad start. But boy, to lose one of your teammates in the process, it's going to be a close one. And he is weakened at this point. We've got Love desperately in need of some meds and not going to get it as a two-piece, just odds stacked against him. And there it is. The Empire has risen again.
Yes, it has. And with a vengeance, I might add. I mean, we've got 8 eliminations on this team's record right now. They are going to be able to stay up as 3. And Rehan and Haji, they are doing some great work there. 3 apiece. They're going to be moving on out. And just in the nick of time as well, we got Team 17, Melise over here. Got a good compound. This is a little bit of a difficult place to play from, just because you do have limited sight lines, further than kind of 100 meters. But overall, a good spot to have, and they did have sights on Empire. So good that Empire kind of got out of their zone, so they can move on to bigger and better things. But NIGMA Galaxy, another team that we've seen in the kill feed a little bit here. Currently, Freak is down. Freak is out. It's just Roof and Coops now. And still could do something. Oh no, that is a great spray coming in from Roof.
Well, Radoof and Coops right up against some heavy hitters, the first place holders of round one. And boy, oh boy, cut short in their tracks. And look at this Titan Esports, really switching up the gameplay quite a bit here.
Yeah.
The slow play. 2 kills to their name, but still very much in the equation.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's nice to see from a team like Titans, because we saw a much more passive approach to the win on Erangel, that I think they switched it up. It's an adaptability that you like to see, because I was kind of worried for them, you know, coming into Miramar, where that passive approach isn't going to get you as far as it might on Erangel. So it is nice to see them be able to do different things, and maybe I should shush because I'm about to caster curse them again.
Well, you know, it brings up a great point, because they are taking shots from the northbound threat in Fury Esports, but that is a significant distance away. Remember what I said at the beginning, you know, Miramar is the just because you have 100 feet, 100-foot radius all to yourself does not make you safe by any means. There is just not enough compound and geographical cover to block lines of sight from all angles, and so you have to be on guard of everything around you. And I think Fury Esports just gave that unpleasant reminder to Titan right then and there.
Yeah, absolutely. Miramar is definitely a map of you can't focus on any one angle. You have to be very aware of everything going on around you. And that's what makes it so fun. You know, you get a little piece of high ground and you just start rolling. You start spraying those shots, those minis, those SLRs, all that kind of stuff. It's great. It's great fun. Miramar is one of my very favorite maps. Me and my old team used to play it a lot. But I will say, back to the game, ARB... they have zone right now. They've just gotten zone blast.
Well, that's the second. That's the second match in a row that they have been the first members to gain real estate in this in-game zone. But you know what is more interesting to me, Nep, is the congestion around this zone. It's everybody knows that they don't, except for ARB Champ, is feeling that maybe the center of the zone might not be the best call right now, because it's in the eye of the storm, so to speak, where you have potential threats all around you currently. So everyone's a bit hesitant. It's a battle for the edge of the zone. And realistically, I think it fares between Dagestan, who has the best possibility of high ground over an open field. Now, granted, ARB is not without hope here, because even though they do have this, you know, center position in an open field, they do have one of the only portions of wall cover afforded to this new zone. So I think they're going to be all right to let the numbers dwindle a little bit and secure placement. And that's their approach. I mean, that's what we saw in round one. They're not very elimination intensive. They're more of the long haul marathon sprint. Let's let these numbers dwindle and secure placement before we engage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think sometimes that happens. I think Melise is definitely one to watch in this particular zone, because they're the only squad with a full squad, right? We've got everybody else with a couple of, except Fury, who also has a full squad. That's not what it said on my end. Oh, never mind. I'm just silly. They're one of two, so both of them. But Melise, I did think they were going to crash this, and Dagestan did as well? Wait, what?
I was going to say, if you didn't cast or curse them before, you repeated it and definitely cut things in their tracks. Dagestan facing off against Melise and just laying an onslaught of bullets their way and doing quick work as they bring themselves up to 10 eliminations, and all 10 eliminations are between the three players still alive. Dagestan 77 in full form as we reach the end game of round two, spread out across 10 people amongst 4 teams. We've got Fury, Titan, ARB Champs, and DG in a 4v3, v2, v1 to end round two. Oh, man. Will Smoker, I hope that, you know, he's got some clean lungs for this one, because you're going to need to be out and healthy if you're going to be taking on a fight where you are outnumbered, outmanned, and outgunned. Now, granted, he does have his teammates holding this positioning. I actually like what ARB Champs are doing. The more I think about it, they're spreading out, but really making the most of this little compound. Making the most of it, spreading out, getting, you know, a little bit of compound cover, and trying to hold off against this aggressive push, which is happening regardless from Fury, who just disrespected the ARB champ saying, we're not even remotely intimidated. We're going to drive up casually. And they did so. So, case in point, now they got ARB up against a wall in a 4v2 scenario. Actually, it's a 4v2v2, a love triangle.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did ARB just allow an entire squad to roll up on them without any damage whatsoever?
That would be casually, Nap. I don't even know if the boost was on the vehicle. That was a casual, here, no, we have room for you. Don't worry.
Oh
Vacancy.
Yeah, for real.
Ooh,
for
well,
real. And
somebody is
Dodgestan
eating
going,
frog
Listen, here's how
legs.
it's done.
We got Dodgestan munching on some frog legs, and that is going to leave
Absolutely.
it down to, ooh, well, the frog is out. Goodness gracious. These regions and their utilities,
I know.
I mean, the aim and
it.
precision with these nades and mollies, it's another level. Now, I mean, I love the NA region. I love casting and being a part of that local region. But, you know, to deny that there is a skill gap when it comes to CQC and utility warfare, it would just be ignorant and naive to say that there is not a skill gap. There is. This is an elevated level of utility.
And honestly, it has been probably only about a year, and kind of a little bit of last season, and then this season in particular, we've seen a massive increase in kind of the utility skill and strategy coming into play here. So it has been really, really fun to watch these teams evolve in that sector of gameplay. I'm just really confused as to what ARB is doing. They had zone, they had compound, they had a full squad they could have dealt major damage to. And
Well,
then they could have went out in the open?
Ooh! Well,
finally!
to me, from what I'm seeing of ARB champs, that doesn't really seem like their MO, their mission objective. They seem, you know, to be a little bit less comfortable in the actual confrontation of CQC. What they found their synergy in is the patience factor and reaching that end game and then engaging. And don't get me wrong, it is not without purpose. Sure, it's not as chivalrous or heroic or, you know, warrior intensive, but it does have a purpose, and you're seeing it right now. Even when the odds are against them numbers wise, they're still able to hold their own. They have one member going out, one member keeping a coin in their back pocket, not letting them be taken out in one nade, but also not letting off the pressure off of Fury. Now, if he's able to get this revive, that will be a huge error on ARB's end, because we have a 1v1 right now.
Yeah, we really do.
It shouldn't have been a 1v1, by the way.
Hello?
It shouldn't have been a 1v1. And you know what? You'll want to criticize. You want to criticize, but then you see the result. Okay, so ARB champs, you know, they added the champs as the second part of their name for a reason, and it's because they know how to get a chicken dinner. And in this case, you know, it wasn't the most, as I said, it wasn't elimination intensive, but they did get the first place finish. 4 eliminations is nothing to wag your finger at by any means, but it's not breathtaking. But now let's take that and compare it to the second place holders, Fury Esports, who has 9 eliminations, and only, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're only going to be 2 placement points behind the first place, you know, in terms of actual placement points received. So realistically, even though they didn't get the first place finish in round 2, I got to give it to Fury. I think that they fared much better overall.
Well, I mean, they wiped Dagestan, so, you know, that's a really, really good set of eliminations on the board for them. I would be curious to see how ARB would fare as a full squad, because I think, I don't know, it was to me it was a very weird play, but I could see potentially that they were allowing teams to come into CQC in buildings because that's where they shine. As a duo, it was a little harder to see that, so I would be interested to see if it was a full squad making those same kind of plays, would they make those same plays, and how how drastic would that difference be between the duo versus squad? So, you know, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt for now, but I'm reserved. I'm reserved for now. We'll see.
Well, you know, it's gonna be a little bit spicy moving forward because you look at performances from Brute Force and with that second place finish round 1, but still top 7 in round 2 with 4 eliminations. They're still very much a formidable threat, and take that in comparison to Empire of Titans and Titan Esports. Titan Esports themselves looking probably the most overall stable in terms of placement, but realistically, they're gonna need, as I said after round 1, they're still gonna need to find that comfort level where they are comfortable engaging in these altercations. They want a shot of competing against these absolute elimination intensive teams, like Fury.
Yeah, I have to give it to Fury, actually. I think they were very quiet in the beginning, seeing as, we didn't really see them all that much on screen. And then they just came in. I mean, 2,200 damage, that doesn't get done in the last 3 fights, So they were steadily bringing in that sort of elimination-heavy game from the beginning of Miramar. So well done to them. But as we move over to the overall standings, we see Titan and ARB with that win going in only 3 points behind. So you know what, we can't bash them too much because there they are in second place, just beating Rüya out by 2 points.
It's really cool to see because it's just 2 different strategies being implemented almost in full form. They're both kind of masters of their art. It's 2 different painting styles, but they're both professional artists, so to speak. The canvas is different, but the art is still impressive. And now you're seeing, what is going to be the strategy that pans out victorious. Is it going to be this more aggressive play style, or is it going to be this slower haul? Because this is a 6-match event. I gotta say, I'm a little bit up in the air in terms of who is it gonna be that's gonna pan out, because ARB, I'll admit, after I saw the overall scores, a little bit more surprised at how well they are doing overall. Well, let's go have a look-see at some of, I believe production said highlights, or... Yes, yeah. So we're going to go off to check out some highlights, but we'll be right back at you guys with round 3 of 6 at the Graduates of Murder Unique Tournament Grand Finals in just a few short moments. Stick around. We'll be back soon. we are back, but I am invisible, and that's just how I am. I'm late to the party, but I'm fashionably late. And welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to round 3 of the GOM Unique Tournament Grand Finals. You can't keep track of me. Hey, listen, just when you think I'm here, that's when I like to keep you on your toes. I'm like Houdini. Well, we are back. It's going to be back to where it all began, Neb, to the very first map ever introduced, Erangel. And I think this is going to be a really unique, not necessarily unique, but a really interesting map sequence, just because we're switching back and forth between 2 maps for the first 4 matches. So it is really going to be focusing that mentality on that large map gameplay, which, in my opinion, I think is going to really add a little bit of a panic factor when we do switch up the strategy over to Sanhok. And then keep in mind, Sanhok's only 1 match today. So if you are a team that's training for this, realistically, that's probably your bottom priority. So that's the map that I'm expecting a lot of panic on, especially after 4 large matches.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting one, I think. Especially, like, as you said, teams tend to underestimate Sanhok and the power that it holds. Because you only have 1 per day generally in tournaments, you don't see many teams take all that much attention to it. However, it can be make or break. You know, we see some of the heaviest or the largest points coming out of Sanhok. So it's definitely going to be one to watch there, as is ONYX Esports, ARB, and Rüya, both of them, or all 3 of them, within 3 points of each other, and Dagestan nipping at those heels very, very closely to the next Rüya by only 1 point. So it's very even distribution of points in this kind of like top 5.
Yeah, the only thing that is separating Titan Esports from the 4th place holders, Dagestan, is 6 points. Literally, that means, you know, 2 eliminations can make a difference of 1st and 4th. I mean, so if you are a team like Titan, this is going to be a real crucial match for you, because you're coming in with a little bit of momentum in your favor, a little bit of confidence, but you're gonna have to be careful, because if you're only winning ahead by 3 points over ARB champs, then that confidence, you have to be careful that it does not border onto cockiness. That is where mistakes are made, is when you get too far in your comfort zone. And that is where a team like ARB champions, who are, you know, from what I'm seeing, the masters of patience, that's where they thrive. That's where they capitalize, is capitalizing on other teams' mistakes rather than giving themselves those beneficial advantages.
Totally. Yeah, absolutely. And teams that are slower, a little bit like Titan, a little bit like ARB from what we've seen of them so far, they're slow, which means that they are very careful and they know a lot more than you think they do. They have all that information. So, you know, teams like that, you have to really watch them because they're watching you. So it will be interesting to see how they kind of evolve over the next 4 games. You know, we're seeing Dagestan, we're seeing Fury, you know, NIGMA Galaxy, as well as not Bonfire, Brute Force, thank you. You know, at seeing them become the real heavy hitters, but I'm watching the quiet ones.
Well, you can call them Bonfire, because they are just lighting everybody up with those
That is
mollies.
true.
And, you know, honestly, this is going to really kick off, because ARB showing that absolute, you know, damage gap between themselves and Fury, but just trailing so closely overall. We are going to see what strategy really is going to be the one to handle here for these teams. It's just a difference of tactics panning out in full form for both. But we are back with round 3. As we get things into action, it's going to be Erangel again, baby. Let's get into the thick of it. We're about to kick things off. That plane is going to be taking off soon. Everybody, please fasten your seatbelts, and thank you for choosing PUBG Airlines. Let's get into the thick of it.
Let's go. I'm so ready for game 3. Remember, we're halfway through now. This is the last game of the halfway point. So teams starting to feel a little bit of pressure if they haven't been performing, after this game, if they're not where they wanted to be by the halfway mark, they're going to start to feel a little bit of pressure. We may see some of those teams just kind of go for it and just throw off all pressure, all caution to the wind, and just go for it. Or we may see some of these teams, some of the top teams, decide to really just hold off a little bit. They've got those points, they've got that lead. Now's the time to protect it. So we could see a little bit of a shift in dynamics here as well.
Oh, well, so my prediction, just to play devil's advocate, I would think that panic factor really will start to set in around like round 4. I think. I think.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong. I do agree with what you're saying. I think it should be the panic factor should be setting in now. If you're really thinking overall, this is definitely the time to correct any errors from round 1 and 2. And honestly, they're given a fairly ideal flight path here to do that with. It's not perfectly central by any means, but it's going to leave enough affordable compounds and early drop spots for these players to sort of spread out and stretch their legs, get properly looted up. Now that's going to boil down to coincidence, in terms of if they see other teams dropping nearby, what's the move here? That zone. Oof. Well, you want to talk about keeping you on your toes. How about almost a third of the zone being occupied by water? That is absolutely a kick in the foot to these participants who thought that they were going to have a great first zone. No, you are going to be left with limited real estate to choose from the get-go. And already Alicio firing away at the opposition. I believe that's ONYX Esports. If the color... Yes. Oh, pardon me. No, of the opponent that he was firing at. Believe that was...
I didn't see who that was.
Yes,
who was that?
I think... I'll have to forgive me, guys.
White.
It's a little blurry from my angle. But I believe that was ONYX.
Yeah.
But already early game altercations, and we see Hayao running through open field like fish in a barrel. He is open pickings for anyone who gets a line of sight on him. He has got to get over that hilltop, and he only has seconds to do so. So, yeah, you can bet this fella is... All right, well, luckily...
Woo! Teammate to the rescue. Let's go.
I don't think Mom would approve of you getting picked up in a motorcycle, sir. That doesn't look safe. There's no helmet on.
No helmet.
I don't approve. That is a hoodlum, and we raised you better than that. All right. Well, Georgia Pole looks like it could be a position of contestation. North George looks like we have something brewing here between the Gangster Elite and members of Dark Knight, and that leaves open opportunity for a third party from Gangster Gaming.
I mean, we're basically seeing the first Erangel all over again, honestly, if we're going to be honest here. I mean, it's the same 3 teams.
I didn't even think about that, but yes.
Let's just see if there's a different, outcome, We'll see. We'll have to watch this one, but
Nep, I'm so glad you brought that up. I am so glad you brought that up. It did not even occur to me that this is deja vu, history repeating itself. And I think this boils down to a lot of teams have their set play tactics on a map-by-map basis, and they have their drop spots based on what flight paths are going to be here. And it just so happens that the Gangster Elite and Dark Knights have similar preference and taste. So while they can say, hey, I like your style, I like your taste, that also leaves them to be enemies early on.
Yeah. I just hope that if this goes the same way as it did in Game 1, that they don't repeat this in Game 5. There, I did math. In Game 5, it would be nice because we need this team in the lobby for a little bit longer than they certainly were on the last Erangel. We want to see what they can do for sure. So, Dark Knights, you may have to bow out with fewer points. Just go your separate ways. Don't bother them. We want to see as many teams as possible in those final zones because I want to see it. Especially though, I will add this, Red. When these teams finish up, they gotta finish up quickly because that zone is on the other side of the map, and they don't really want to rotate through all those teams because that's where the most teams are going to be on that western edge of zones. So I think for Dark Knights, for all of these teams, they're going to want to clean up and go quickly.
Yeah, and I think for, a team that names themselves Gangster Elite, when there's another team called Gangster Gaming and really accentuating that elite, you gotta make it to end game. Otherwise, you gotta give the name to the other gangster. And, going along even to further your argument, this, if I'm not mistaken, these have to be boosted zone damage zones. Just from the sort of damage we were seeing with 40 people left on the playing field at the end of stage 3 in round 1. I mean, it's even more reason to prioritize early occupation of new zone real estate. And so, yeah, time is of the essence for those teams. And I think that you're right. I think it's time to weigh the options and dip out of dodge and at least make it to end game. But no, it is not going to be that. It's going to be a different approach as Dark Knight does a 2-1 split. And you've probably seen me cast something, Nep, where you hear me talk about this. I have coined this term, the BOA method, essentially, and I talk about it all the time because I don't know what the official terminology is, but it's essentially a 3-1, 2-2, or a 1-1, 1-1 split around the opponent where you constrict simultaneously like a BOA constrictor on your victim. Now, what does this do? It adds a panic factor along with multiple
100%.
angles and lines of sight on your opponent, and that is where mistakes will be made. Now, why is it not implemented every single game? It's because it's extremely difficult to get in that positioning without your opponent being made aware.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and we're seeing kind of that struggle come into play here. Dark Knights seem to be kind of trying to do some of that, but I think the gangsters they've learned their lesson from game 1. They don't seem to really want this fight at all. They're moving backwards, in fact, trying to get to the road, to those vehicles and get out of dodge, which is good for them. I think they tried it once. They don't want this. Really, I don't think they had a fantastic game on Miramar either, from what I can remember. So I think they're really wanting to go for the points this game, disengage as much as they can and get out of there. Much like I would like to see the Gangster Gaming guys do. They're on the eastern side. They're still in zone though. They just need to move. Ignore the teams. Just leave. Go.
I wouldn't say ignore, but yes, they do need to make something and happen. And look here, Yasnaya got a little something stirring in the pot. It looks like Mao, White, and members of Brute Force could be uniting here for a little altercation. And look at Brute Force. I talk about a team that is riding a confidence and momentum factor with as much damage as they're dishing out. They are comfortable doing a 2-2-1 split and driving through essentially making themselves the deli meat in a peanut butter and trouble sandwich in between Mao Esports and White, and literally just casually driving southbound through it in a 2-piece.
Always. Why is it always casually with these teams, man?
Because no one's expecting it. That's why. No one is expecting someone to be that gutsy. And so when it does happen, it's just, wow, yeah, I didn't think I had to, account for that. I didn't think anyone was going to try it, and sometimes...
getting that shock factor.
Yeah, sometimes the only thing you can predict in PUBG Mobile is unpredictable. Well...
That is true.
This is interesting to see, too. Mao coming in as a 2-piece, but keeping their outlier in the off angle, scouting and relaying information, and also being that little rabbit in the hat, the coin in your back pocket. If these 2 members are taken out, they still have 1 member left, I believe. Hansley, getting away from the altercation and making sure that at the very least, if his teammates don't make it through this fight, that they are not without hope.
Yes, indeed.
All right, well, let's have a look at the playing field overall. Now, it looks like we're getting a little bit of congestion to the southwest of the Mansion region, where members of Dagestan, ONYX, W7, and NIGMA Galaxy are congregating. And we are getting some action on the field already. It looks like ONYX getting a takedown. Is that correct? Let me double check here. Yeah. ONYX did secure the takedown, I believe, on W7. Perhaps, but whatever happened, whatever altercation it was, seems to have been accounted and corrected. No one has been lost. However, the looming threat of NIGMA Galaxy remains. Coops fires southwest on them, keeping that pressure from a high ground.
They do indeed, don't they? And honestly, I don't blame any of these teams for staying where they are, because as that zone shifts, centers up, whatever, it goes to that west side. So they are right in center zone. These are definitely compounds and areas that these teams are going to want to keep a hold of for the majority of the game if they can. So NIGMA trying to clear that space, make sure no one pushes them. ONYX and W7 doing the exact same thing. And we also have Empire coming in from that north side that may want to go ahead and push their way in as well. So I think we have to watch this particular area of zone very, very closely. It's very open. It's very hard to play. And we'll just have to see how they make the most of it and which teams come out on top. Because, again, it's I can't think of the word, but it's a bad place to be.
Yeah, not inopportune positioning. Well, that's a great point, but also I'm looking at members of Melise in the southbound region as they are engaging in a 2v3 against Fury. And talk about a heavy hitter. You got teams like Brute Force and Fury that, as I said it earlier, that berserker blood path warfare out looking for the altercations. You don't want to be engaging with a team like that at this stage when they have the number advantage in their favor on top of everything. At this position, Fury has the opportunity to gatekeep Melise, which is, icing on the cake for them, especially if they go and secure some high ground here in this new zone. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Is Fury and Melise are about to just say, we are going to be migrating our way in the zone, putting our priority on getting this new real estate and trying to race to the high ground to play King of the Hill.
I tell you what, though, Red, GG, they're going to have to be very careful here. They are over by Shelter right now. They're on the kind of south side of Shelter. And now they're going to have two teams, if they're not careful, moving up either side of that road behind them. So I would caution them, with our 2020 vision, I would caution them a little bit here. But they don't know that. They're just going to be chilling for now as we see a lot more stuff going on elsewhere. A lot of teams now making that push in, particularly on that western side. I think that's Baby coming in. Yeah, it is. Over from Prison, eastern side, actually. But everybody's just going to be chilling. There's not too many shots being fired at the moment. They're just trying to jockey for position here. Just in the center, do we see anything going on?
So one thing while you were just speaking, Mao Esports did something a little interesting and a bit reckless in my opinion. They were a three-piece of Hansley, Bad, and Alicio, and Alicio was sent off what I believe to scout for positioning and enemy placement, and just coincidentally, bad luck piling on all at once, he drove right in between ONYX and W7. W7 wrecking into him, and that was a bit of honestly, I don't even want to question a player like Alicio, but at the same time, it does seem a bit reckless at this stage with this few amounts of compound cover afforded to this zone. It was a risky call, and I think they suffered the price of it right there and then.
Yeah, I'm just looking at kind of W7 there because obviously he would have expected ONYX or a team to be in that compound. That's pretty much a no-brainer. What is interesting is I think he wasn't expecting W7 to be in that ridge. I think that's an interesting play to make so early on in the game. They've definitely gone for kind of an unusual play with this one. So I think he probably just got really caught out there, not expecting anybody to be out in that open area or relatively open area so soon. So yeah, that is a risky play. And then risky on top of unexpected is just a recipe for disaster. So big shame going on that way. And now they're just going to a duo in the in that little scoop of death, the dip of death, really, as that has been known to be called.
The dip of death, I like that. Oh, well, and what's interesting that you bring up that dip of death because flip the coin, it can also be the dip of life because that dip, that same divot is what was used by W7 to get Alicio. Now, a lot of people all like to bring attention to the high ground advantage. But what is talked about much less is the occasional, fairly occasional, low ground advantage. And what I mean is those little divots when you have that hill in front of you. Just fall up, shoot over, get back down to a position of cover. And it was used perfectly by W7 because there was no compound nearby, no real cover to be had elsewhere unless they utilize those utilities, and they need to save those smokes for in-game, as we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big key when using that low ground effectively, when you have a little ridge like that, it's perfect, right? The big play and the big factor is as long as you don't let anybody come too close, because you let them come anywhere near you within nading range specifically, you're dead. You're just done. As long as you can keep teams away, you are good to go. It's a really it's a good strategy. If you can't find high ground and you can keep low ground effectively, go for it.
Yeah, now, granted, I will, be fair and give credit where credit is due. That low ground advantage is a lot more few and far between than, let's say, a hilltop advantage. But it's all contextual, okay? It all matters on where the zone is. Everything varies on a case-by-case basis. And I think in this case, we can already see Brute Force getting some high ground over ONYX Esports, and this could spell trouble. For Peace, Hilo, and, pardon me, Enjoy. Yeah, this is a little bit of a recipe for disaster in a 4v3. However, with Repo coming in a little bit ahead of the team, it could give a little bit of a saving grace for ONYX if they just take him out and even the odds beforehand. And it's not going to happen. The caster curse is real. Ladies and gents, if you didn't believe before, I hope you believe in it now. I'm afraid to mention any team's name for fear of changing the outcome.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been just happening, hasn't it? I mean, was that the 4th time in 3 games? I'm so sorry, everybody. It's just how it happens sometimes. Oh, Coop's going down.
Well,
that's not good at all.
Talk about Goliath falling here. That is a huge knock for the oppositions, for both members of not just Brute Force, but also for S4. It doesn't matter who got that knock. Having Coops down in that little love triangle can absolutely change up the gameplay. It definitely says, okay, this is our time to strike while he is weakened. And honestly, you don't want Coops to get too close. I mean, that guy is a monster with a sniper too. I watched him use an M24 in I believe it was the regional clash or something, and just for fun, just to even the odds and give himself a challenge. So you don't want to see what he can do in a CQC. You've seen the PMPL results. Don't give him the chance. Don't play fair, and don't let him do what he does.
Exactly. I mean, isn't that the truth? I mean, I think we saw in PMRC as well when they were doing those TDM stuff. I think Freak was one of the ones with the M24 in a TDM.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Maybe I'm thinking of Freak, but I could have sworn Coops did it as well.
Either
but I think
way,
you're
it's
right.
NIGMA Galaxy.
Yeah, that's the case in point. Comfort enough to say we can do this with a little extra challenge, on the board. But look here. This is a battle for the edge of zone, much like we saw in the concluding stages of round 2. And you don't see it as often in Erangel map, but look at this playing field. Almost no compound cover afforded, and so it is going to be an edge zone here. Especially where it elevates around the western portion, I could definitely see that edge being advantageous. Only room for one team in that spot. So, the southbound being contested between Fury and Melise, all the while NIGMA just continuing this onslaught between themselves and S4. Freak is down, leaving it reliant upon Rauf, and Lord. And boy, talk about having, cover when geographical cover isn't afforded to you, compound cover isn't afforded to you. Well, it's when you have the smokes and the vehicle. And if you gotta save smokes for a little longer, those vehicles can be the absolute difference maker between life and death. Especially if you're knocked.
Yeah, they absolutely can be.
The man of the topic of conversation here, You know, the only time I've seen someone root with something that sounds like a boo is for Coops and for Bruce Springsteen. And everyone says, Coops, you know, and no trouble is coming when that happens. And, talk about trouble. We got a snake in the grass in every sense of the word. Yeah, we got S4G's RLKZZZZ with a ghillie. You know, if he wasn't sneaky enough and caster cursed, we just solved that problem for you.
Wow.
He would have won the game if I hadn't. Yeah, that's my little assist apparently to Titan Esports. But this is also something to note. You know, Titan full 4-piece come in game, and as we've seen time and time again, you cannot place enough emphasis on being a full team at that in-game zone. And even if Titan has 2 kills, okay, that's that. But we've seen them in that high aggression situation. We know what they're capable of. So I'm not that concerned. I think that they're just waiting for that in-game to get on that aggressive gameplay. Whereas, you know, you see a team like NIGMA, they kind of are evenly distributing the action throughout, you know, but still confident enough for these splits and haven't lost a member in the process.
They haven't, no. They've come close to it a couple of times, but they have definitely held on to all 4 of their players, and now they're going to be trying to go for Gangster Gaming. Now, unfortunately for Gangster Gaming, get out of there right now. That is such a horrible spot to be in, you know, for an attack like this. He's got to try and get something, but good cover from Hunter, from his teammates. Lord going down there as well, so little bit of an even thing going on here.
Maybe... I see now why you're saying that, because he did have that compound protecting him from the low ground. But I think if Coops had maybe a more accurate positioning on the opponent, that nade could have hit relatively significantly. So I don't think that it was equal playing field there for them. I think that may have boiled down to really putting himself at a vulnerable standpoint to cook that nade up. And it just so happened that it didn't turn out in their favor regardless. Empire being pushed on as we speak by the ARB champs. Now this is going to be a fight I want to see how ARB is going to handle up against heavy hitters, and they're doing so in full form. Look at this, 4 kills to their name, 4-piece swarming on the opponent like mosquitoes in a wet hot summer. I mean, they are just swarming as a unit, and I love to see that, because this is a team that we haven't seen particularly comfortable in that close quarter combat today. They haven't really been taking those fights, but now, not only are they, but they're doing so up against one of the most formidable opponents possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that ARB, you know, like I said before the beginning of the game, I said I want to see ARB as a full squad. You know, I don't want to see any of this duo nonsense. I want to see full squad. What are they doing? And I think that it's come the way I thought it would. That they definitely really enjoy that CQC as a full squad. As Gangster Gaming do go almost out there. There's just 2 left. I'm gonna shush because all the action is happening all at once. And NIGMA, once again, at the forefront of it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why, because it is positioning. This real estate, this Overwatch over so much of the playing field, once again with their backs to the blue zone, meaning that there is a much smaller chance of having an enemy approach from behind. So they are realistically accounting for 180 degrees rather than 60. But boy, oh boy, GG to GG's as Empire lays an onslaught with that shotgun damage. And I'll tell you, the shotgun buffs recently have changed the nature of the esports scene for PUBG Mobile.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody is safe in a CQC anymore.
No, and is that for the better or for the worse? I think many people have a very strong opinion about that.
Yeah.
I tend to agree with them, to be honest, Red. I don't know what your thoughts are.
I'm not a fan of the DBS being as buffed. Now, we'll talk about that in a moment here, because things are about to spice and up. We've only got 17 people. Well, I shouldn't say only. We have 17 people in this tiny zone, but spread across 6 teams. it could go any way, and we have several solos on the board. We got Volt of S4 and Rayhan of Empire of Titan. This is going to be interesting. Now, if you're Rayhan or Volt, the name of the game right now is playing low. You don't want to draw any unnecessary attention to yourself. The goal is to stay hidden, let these numbers dwindle, let these, full teams attack each other, and then maybe if the moment and opportunity is right, pick off the remains in a third party, a well-timed third party on a weekend victor. It's the only real option for overcoming this huge handicap of numbers.
Yeah, it really is. And what's really interesting is ARB had a little bit of a harder time here. I do want to say 2 points. Number one, everybody's on the north side, so Fury have free reign basically over that zone. So when everybody's done, they'll still have Fury to contend with. Number two, Dutchtown are still in it, and they may have captured Kirsten because they're going down, but they're still in it. So another top 5 finish for them. That's a really good result for them.
And now we're starting to see, a little bit of both sides from Fury because they are changing up their strats. Ooh, great takedown on Ralph. That's going to leave things down to Freak, Coops, and Lord, but, that is still a 3-piece that is, notorious. You can't underestimate them. But at the same time, Fury really keeping the playing field on their toes, not staying in any specific mindset for strategy for too long. And while they were on the all-out aggressive last round, they played the slow halt for round 3. But look at this.
Rayhan.
In-game. Oh, he got her. Oh,
he got him. He got
Roof
and knocked Lord.
Yeah, but see, this in-game now is where Fury's going to come into their footing here. They're starting to get a bit more aggressive, whether or not it's going to pan out, because this is against Enigma Galaxy. Numbers very much in favor of Fury, 4v2, but keep in mind, between those 4 players of Fury, those 2 players on Enigma Galaxy have the same number of elimination.
True.
It's a 2v4, but boy, that's an intimidating 2 to go up against.
It absolutely is. I will say that NIGMA do not have many options yet when it comes to ways forward. They're out of zone, and Fury have used time so widely. Look at that angle, and here comes the push. I love 3 of them coming in. This is it. They're done.
Yeah, this is where you can't waste a single moment, and Fury knows it. If Nigma gets that revive, it could, undo all the progress that was just made, and that is where it comes down to experience, practice, synergy, and knowing your opponent. And Fury in full form, pinnacle shape there, just wasted not a millisecond. That vehicle, they had it running, they had the heat turned on, so it wasn't too cold in the car, and they were ready. They turned economy mode off and put that pedal to the metal, not giving Enigma Galaxy the opportunity to get back up on their feet.
That's amazing. It was such a good push from them. And I love to see that because that, like you said, it shows that experience. They know what they're doing. They got that knock and immediately they were in the car and going. And I love to see that from the team because it shows you they have their mind in the game. They got their head in the game, Red. They really do. I love to see it.
Yeah, whoever, Fury's IGL, he made sure everyone on the team had their Wheaties and got a good locker room talk about adaptability. Fury is their name of the game for today is adaptability and changing up the strategy. And boy, they're doing it at a perfect pacing. Just when you think you're going to see Fury drive, head first into a pile of opponents, no, they're going to go southbound and hold the entire bottom half of the zone to themselves and chill while the rest of the playing field loses their ammo, their armor, and their teammates. So they are just sitting there getting more and more advantage in their favor without using any resources or risking anything. And no one's expecting it from them because it's the exact opposite of how they played round 2. It's honestly, in my opinion, the most effective overall strategy is to incorporate the best of both worlds.
Yeah, Absolutely. No, Fury have done a fantastic job, and I think it will show in these graphs here. Yeah, it does. It does show. You see a lot of that happening. What you also see is the Galaxy coming in there as well. So we're gonna refresh that. Then we're gonna see it again because that animation is really cool. I haven't seen this before. But yeah, there we go. It's gonna go all the way to the top for Enigma Galaxy. It just shows you how much of a game they actually had. I mean, no one really comes anywhere near them. Fury had a good go at it. ARB, you know, at that squad, immediately they get what, 1,800 damage, so GG went their way. 2,300. I was looking at the wrong one. 2,300, and then ONYX as well had a good.
Well, there is 100% an outlier here in terms of damage. NIGMA going to exemplify a point, you know, they aren't afraid of, I mean, I'm going to say they're not afraid of any fight. They are ready out there knowing their strong suit is these altercations, these fights head on, and these 1v1s and team v teams. That's where they thrive, and they're going to make the most of it and capitalize as much as possible. But that amount of damage is almost unprecedented. But nonetheless, Fury coming in with a very healthy, you know, point accumulation, 36 total points. That's 6 points ahead of ARB. But NIGMA closing that gap there too. Ain't nothing wrong with third place when you're only 3 points behind the second place holder. But again, flip the script. You know who's also at 27 points? Titan Esports. And you know, we've seen. Go ahead.
Yeah. No,
I think we're about to say the same thing.
Yeah, probably. It's just crazy how much everything changes in a single match, right? I mean, next Rüya, third place up there. Now they're 7th. Titan was 1st. Now they're 4th. You know, it's all flipped in just one game. And it's still so close, Red. I mean, let's be real. There's only, what? I'm not good with math, but what, 20-something points between 7th and 1st right now? It's not that much. It's not even 20-something. I told you I'm bad at math, but it's not much, you know, and we're halfway through already. So these next 3 games really still matter for most of the teams here.
Well, Nip, I didn't get into PUBG, do no numbers. Well, let's have a look. See, 6 elims for Freak. Yeah, he is a freak of nature with 6 elims and almost twice that amount in damage. Now, that looks amazing, but it also shows that while he is great at getting those knocks, the ability to acquire those thirsts is a lot more difficult. So there's still always room for improvement, but phenomenal performance and damage. And look at the rest of the top 5 elimination or damage meters. It's definitely going to be a significant gap.
Absolutely, it really is. But when you also look at those top 5, 3 of them are from NIGMA, so it just shows you the raw performance from the team in general. You got ONYX there and you got Fury, but it's 3, Coop, Lord, and Freak. You know, I think we probably should have expected that.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Can NIGMA Galaxy continue this climb to the top? Can they keep this momentum going and make sure that this boils into confidence and not cockiness, as we said? Or, you know, is it going to be more of the same? Well, we'll have to wait and see when we return for round 4 of the GOM Unique Tournament Grand Finals in just a few short moments. Stick around, we'll be back soon. Well, Neptua, we're back for round 4 of the GOM Unique Tournament Grand Finals, and it's back to destiny being determined in the desert as we kick it in. Back to Miramar. Let's go ahead and get into it. No talking. Let's get into it.
Yeah, let's just go. I'm ready. Let's get there. Let's do it.
Well,
let's do it.
The plane has taken off. I was about to say that I was expecting. But, you know, if you remember round 2, what I said about the ideal flight path for Miramar not actually being central, it's the Campo Militar de Los Higos range, and this is running almost parallel to that. So every drop spot that was affordable to our participants in round 2, same scenario for round 4. So what does that mean for us, the viewer, Nep? It means that with this many drop options on this large of a map, we could be left with a slower, more reserved first quarter to first half of the match. But as we saw be the case in round 2, coincidence happens, and sometimes teams are going to drop on each other, and it looks like we might get a little bit of that right now as ONYX Esports heads eastbound, and looking like they're not going to be alone. They're going to be dropping with BigBabies, and it's no time to whine. You're going to have you're gonna have your work cut out for you up against the likes of Alicio, and further off. Oh, pardon me. Go ahead, Nap. I was just about to say
I was agreeing with you.
Spots.
I was agreeing with you. Yeah, no, for sure. Los Angeles is gonna be a hot one. Are we finally not gonna see kind of a drop clash in Picado? It looks like Dark Knights have it to themselves, which will be nice because we're tired. Well, I mean, we've only had it once, and we're already tired of that particular building fight. It's just not okay. So we get to move on to other things, and as you were saying, you know, Puerto is going to be pretty busy. Babies versus Alicio and Gang, you know, against Mal. So that'll be an interesting one to kind of watch out for.
Well, you know, you're 100% right, and also I'm noticing a ton of congestion around the Leonis area. They've got Titans, GG, ARB champs all congregating there. I'm not too worried about that so much as this right here, Mal versus Baby, because Leonis is one of those places where you can be fairly close in proximity to your opponent, but with so much compound cover that, you know, those altercations loom and drag on. It becomes a battle of patience. But here we see Mao in a little bit of a pursuit of the BigBabies, and BigBabies is accounting for that. They got a nice 2-1 split in the mix, actually a 2-1-1 split in the mix, spreading out, getting numerous angles on Mao. And I think Mao has a little bit of the same strat prepared for right on back for the BigBabies.
Yeah, it definitely looks like they kind of got the same idea in mind. I think the Baby's position here is a lot easier for them to do this and much quicker as well. I think Overlaid has to be very, very careful. He looks like he's overdoing it just a little bit. He's just extending too far out. I'd like him to see him come back a little bit from this. But as for the rest of Mao, they looked going up to that ridge line, so we could be seeing them come up to that ridge, go across, and just kind of look down on them. So Baby playing a good game so far, but just have to be very, very careful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to agree with everything you just said there, and I'm also going to add a little bit of favorability to it because with Overlaid, they're holding that rooftop. I believe it was Overlaid. It was either Overlaid or Bobon, but they were holding that rooftop, and that gives an opportunity for the remaining 3 members of BigBabies to draw the attention, or for vice versa, for Mr. Rooftop Holder to fire upon the opponent and take the focus, and one or the other group to really capitalize with the surprise factor. Now, I think, given the placement of the BigBabies, it's more advantageous for, you know, someone like Overlaid on that roof to really draw the attention. That way the numbers are in. But right now it's a battle of patience. Neither team wants to be that easy opportunity for the other. Oh, but some utility damage. Oof. I'll tell you, Nep, if there is one significant difference between my region and these, it's going to be just the expertise with utilities. Every team in these regions are just masters.
We really are.
Precision placement like you don't see in other regions. And, here we have Cesari coming in.
Oh, hello.
UMP 45, CQC annihilated. And that easy thirst, taking minimal damage in retaliation from Melise compared to how it could have been. And now, this strategy from Mao is actually proving disadvantageous. Their outline not being able to assist Eliseo right now, it puts them in a situation where each Mao member is on their own.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I gotta say, I'm not sure how this went wrong for Mao so quickly, because you think about it, Baby had a duo fighting that. They had both of those offliers not doing anything except kind of covering, which maybe that is most of the work. But that CQC was a 2v2, and goodness, Baby sure did win it, and now they've won everything.
Yeah.
Mao out very quickly, and I'm not sure how they managed that, except like what you were saying, those excellent kind of those nades, those utility usage there. That Molly was perfect onto Eliseo. They're just grabbing him. So honestly, big GGs to Baby. I'm just not sure how Mao lost that one. Considering kind of the effort that they were putting in there. But yeah, big GGs to Baby. They did well.
Well, I'm going to boil it down to maybe a little bit of overextension on Mao's end. I think that quick knock was the intention was to be an aggressive push before a revive was implemented, but there was just a split second of hesitation, as well as waiting to reunite as a unit right outside of the building. And I think that brief few moments was just enough time for the big babies to get back up, and I think at that point, those babies are all grown up, and now with kills to their name, they are anything. They are very, very comfortable. And so now moving forward, they've got full 4-piece, a decent number of kills to their name, and now it's about this numbers game, letting the numbers dwindle, because they've got the elims for the first half. Now it's time to secure some plays.
Yeah.
Well,
absolutely.
Melise here talking about placement. This begs to question. I raise it every single time I can, but the high ground geographical versus the low ground. What is it going to be? Once again, I think it is a tough call to make, because even with our boy, pardon me, it's a little blurry for me, CEO here holding this high ground in Overwatch whole city, what's he got to scout for? His whole team is behind him. So even if he does get that info, even if he does secure that knock, if his opponent is inside a building when it's not, they're out of the line of sight. They're out of the line of the window immediately. And he's not going to be able to advance using up resource unless, if he takes this guy down right here, I undo everything I said. But other than that, I don't see it being a healthy investment of resource. I mean, best case scenario, he's getting the knock and making it so his opponent in Dagestan, well, he's got weakened armor, less bullets, and maybe will bleed out faster the next time he's knocked. That's not worth losing all your resources early on, or even worse, potentially losing a teammate.
Yeah, I would agree with that. What is very interesting though is it looks like MS want to push this. Dagestan, they knew that somebody had just stopped over that hillside, and they were very quick to make that push. So very interesting play here. Definitely very aggressive. Is it too aggressive? I'm not sure, but certainly a nice show of kind of what they're capable of.
Yeah, I think you're right. It definitely might have been a slight overextension, only because I didn't see that push as a singular unit. I saw it more as a solo with 3 of his teammates hanging back. I think that might have blamed his hesitation at the hilltop there. But no time to even reminisce, because we got the likes of Gangster Gaming preparing off against none other than NIGMA. And here we see it, Rauf holding this little position inside of a compound. One thing I noticed, especially to be the case in Miramar, is these little individual buildings, these individual compounds, providing these 4 walls of cover, but also those 4 walls can be a false sense of security, especially if you allow the likes of Gangster Gaming to advance upon you and get close enough to throw nades. At that point, they don't even necessarily need to know where you are in the building. If the buildings are small enough, say it's one of those shacks, it's fish in a barrel.
Yeah, it really is, especially when you consider kind of the heightened utility awareness of this region. Those walls become very bouncy once you got a nade in your hand. So
Becomes
it is
racquetball.
definitely, yeah, it really does. And it's dodgeball with nades, you know? So shacks and all those kinds of smaller individual compounds, like you're saying, are so dangerous when it comes to that. If you're gonna play them, you've got to make sure you keep teams away from you if you can. Now, in terms of NIGMA here, honestly, GG have a great spot to actually push this duo here. They do have to be careful of the overwatch by Lord and Coops. But, you know, Raouf is in a building that does not have any angles onto their vantage point, and Freak is just kind of chilling, but he's in the open for the most part. So I could definitely see GG pushing this if they really wanted to. They'd have to be smart about their angles, but it's definitely doable, and so I'd like to see them do that just a little bit here.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with that, Nep, because while NIGMA is utilizing a 2-2 split, it is not the placement that's going to favor advantageously against a team like Gangster Gaming's. What this 2-2 split is going to do for them is going to allow Coops and his teammate to keep an eye on the Empire of Titan, on the Brute Force and Dagestan folks, but realistically, you know, in terms of the other two NIGMA Galaxy members, they're kind of on their own up against a 4-piece. But ooh, yeah, you're right. It's about to kick into action.
It is.
I'm waiting to see that kill marker go off. Nothing yet. And that just goes to show both these teams are just not hesitant in terms of unconfident.
What?
They're just respecting their opponent. They understand how formidable of an opponent they have. And I think that is almost imperative, is to not underestimate your teammate. And for a team like NIGMA Galaxy that is so aggressively comfortable in those confrontations, that, you know, that's something that they have to keep in mind. You know, it's like, hey, you can't underestimate, because yes, maybe we can handle our 1v1s a little bit. That does not make all the, you know, that's not the only variable here. And as we saw from ARB champs in round 2, I mean, if there's any faster metaphor for, you know, keeping in mind that this is a team tactic and placement does carry weight still, you know, emphasis, ARB champs were, you know, the exemplifier for that. Teams like NIGMA, to see them have that little bit of, you know, they're not underestimating the opponent. It's good to see, because it means that they're in it for the long haul. They came to play.
Yeah.
Ooh, looks like we got something brewing here down to the south.
What?
Fury versus the BigBabies. Now, Fury is, I mean, talk about a team to keep an eye on. You know, second place in round 2, and then at first place, chicken dinner on the tip of their tongue. I mean, they just had a healthy serving of some chicken, and I think they're hungry for more. But, you know, how are they going to handle it? We'll have to say. Oh, it looks to be the long haul play as they evacuate further into zone, trying to acquire high ground placement. But I don't know if that's going to really fare, you know, as advantageously against Fury's position. That high ground really isn't high ground up against Fury's placement. And without really having that hill and divot to hide behind, you know, it's leaving the babies kind of stuck in a compound here. That's their cover. And if their vehicle is lost, boy, it's open season for Fury.
Yeah, it really is. I do really enjoy Fury's idea here, to kind of push up out of the way and get to this hill, because now Baby are in a really tough spot, as you said. Fortunately for them, that hill behind them is very much in the zone, so they could just go behind the compound rather than in front. That would be probably their best bet. But I do like Fury's idea there, was just to kind of make sure that there was no way that they could really get up to them without taking heavy damage. Coops and Team and Rauf and Lord in particular, or Freakin' Lord, I think it was on that duo side, they've joined up. They're all good to go. So GS have that compound that they were in. I love the compound that NIGMA are in. It's one of my very favorites on the entire map because it's so good. It's hard to push, and it's really easy to have a really good advantage from the viewpoint is really nice. So I really
It's got a
enjoy
high
where they
ground
are.
over 3 angles. Yeah, so I think you're right.
So
and actually,
nice.
in this case, 4 angles, you account for teams still outside of zone. But you know what else I'm noticing is Fury Esports repeating what seemed to work so well in the last match, and now going to lay low in the south part of zone. And for just a brief moment, they were the only team in that south half. Ooh! Well, the ARB champs are going to have to deal with some gang activity here from Hunter with a high ground. Now, this is talking about utilizing geography. Even if ARB were to get the return knock, he's going to be behind the hill soon as he's on all fours. So I like the positioning. And also Titan Esports up against ONYX. And Titan, we've seen the best of both worlds for them in terms of strategy. So I think Wendell aggressively approaching this with a nade, I'm not discouraged. I think it's faring pretty well. Ooh, and there's a takedown on an ONYX member right then and there, down to a 2-piece. Well, can Closer really live up to his name? Listen, chicken dinners are for closers only, okay? You gotta earn it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, ONYX in a real tough spot here with Dark Knight able to actually get those angles onto them. But Wendell, that's nice. His teammates coming to back him up there. I thought Wendell was all on his lonesome there, but they're getting just picked apart, these two teams.
Oh my goodness.
Everybody's
annihilating that ONYX member from the vehicle. I mean, I know we didn't see it from his perspective, but the precision that it requires to get an elimination without the vehicle explosion and knock him out of the vehicle at that pace, I mean, in that fast of a time, I know we didn't see it from his perspective. It was impressive. I promise. All right. Well, ARB has an opportunity.
Absolutely.
Do they though? Actually, hold on, I've lost ARB on my map.
Oh, okay, east side in front of GG. Yeah, there you go.
All right, ARB, I draw all my estate. GG, the Gangster Gaming crew is going to have the current advantageous positioning here. High ground and Overwatch, ARB, and actually I guess that is just going to be Titan. It looks like the equation. Yes. So yeah, that is going to be a keep opportunity up against two teams that are both, very significantly weighted in the running for winning these. Both Titan and ARB faring fairly well. So this could be a change in the story. And oh boy. Oh, talk about death riding towards you on a white horse.
Oh!
Well, Caster Curse, don't worry, I got your back. Dark Knight, I got that Caster Curse working in your favor.
Heck yeah.
All right, well,
that was...
honestly, I am a little surprised to see... A little surprised, and at the same time not surprised, to see NIGMA do this. Because, yes, it was a risky thing to do to put Coops out there on his own when it was a battle for time before that revive was hit. But at the same time, we talked about the confidence factor of NIGMA. I mean, if there's ever a team to make that risky play, it's going to be them. And so, yeah, I do think it was an error on their end, but I also think if there's any team that could pull it off, it would have been them. Lord surviving by the hair on his chin, and Stick knows it. He's coming with blood on the mind and a thirst in his eye. If he can just get this heal off before that blue zone does its thing. Yeah, well, time's of the essence. He has to work prioritization into zone.
I tell you what, though, and that zone did a big old shift down to the southwest side. So Fury know what they're doing, as do Brute Force. Brute Force have a good spot onto that south side, much more dominant in their spread compared to Fury. So we'll see how that plays out. We've also got W7 and White in center zone right now. All those teams onto that northeast side had all that fighting to do, and now they got a whole lot more. So that's going to be interesting as we see a whole new side of the teams, a whole new selection of teams, rather, coming into the forefront now.
Yeah, and now ARB implementing a gatekeep that they should not be able to implement, meaning that they shouldn't feel comfortable turning their backs to the likes of NIGMA, Galaxy, and Titan, and focusing their attention on, the likes of Dark Knight, Baby, alone. But for some reason, they are able to get those knocks and have the time to secure those thirsts. I do think that kind of boils down to maybe Titans being a bit hesitant there. And, that again, with the Spectator 2020 vision, this is all info that we have, not necessarily that the can roll off of. But,
true.
Something else now. This whole time we've been yapping, the Empire of Titan and their opponents in S4 have been just duking it out left and right, trading blow for blow, and it looks like now S4 is down. So I'm curious to see how they're going to have that battle. It's going to be a big factor in terms of where the next zone goes. As spoken,
it is
almost favor that high position.
Oh, so it does. I love this from Brute Force, by the way.
Yeah,
great
living
push.
Up to the
Look
name.
At that. Ouch.
And
Ouch.
If there was ever maybe 2 or 3 opponent teams that you need to get that aggressive push on, it would be Fury and NIGMA. And so I think Brute Force is the third variable there. They are the third hyper-aggressive team. And so to take Fury down a peg is going to be huge, especially after, Fury's performances in the past 2 matches.
Absolutely. Yeah, very, very nice push from them. Now they just have to book it to zone, because again, the zone has moved away from them. It's gone over to that western side. NIGMA trying to get that eastern side cleared. They're trying to get rid of the remnants of the teams, but Baby's in the way. Baby's in the way.
That's
They're saying
right.
no. You got Cesare here with 4 eliminations out of the 7. He's going to get that res. He's going to get on out. And, NIGMA Galaxy better watch out here.
Yeah, I mean, 7 elims and making their way to what would, at the worst place be a 6th place elimination. It's not bad. It's not a bad performance, but this split few moments, this is where surviving makes the most difference. This is where that reservation pay off. When these teams focus in on each other, it gives you, if you don't have that line of sight on you, chill. Just chill for a minute and wait for the right time. That bit of patience is what really pays off. Oh, well, guess what? The baby has fallen from the cradle. And
double whammy.
Yeah, Brute Force living up to their name as a full 4-piece with 8 kills already to their name, and now with a number advantage over the entire rest of the playing field, we got ourselves a 4v3 v1v1 to end round 4 here. It's going to be Brute Force, Empire of Titan, W7, and ONYX Esports. Let's get it.
Honestly, Red, this is the way they're playing. This is Brute Force's to lose. They have played this so nicely. Please don't let me caster curse this, because they had that 2-2 split moving into center zone to just fend off everybody else. Now they're doing a regroup, but not quite a close range regroup. They're getting a split going over this high ground, over these hills. Honestly, the way they're playing this is just a really, really well played, well strategized game. I love this from them.
Yeah, if there's ever going to be a place to utilize high ground in Overwatch, if you get that sort of positioning in an in-game Miramar zone, you are the king of the hill, 100%. And, this is going to be, let's give a little bit of attention to their play style over the entirety of today. It's an even pace, a nice even balance of placement and CQC aggression, meaning that while you look at a team like, let's say, ARB Champs, slow play from start to finish. Brute Force, pretty much evenly, getting kills at an even pacing, but doing so, moving as a solidified unit, saving up those big, risky plays for this final moment. And this is what I'm talking about. Those 4 walls providing that false sense of security.
GG's.
Boom, fish in a barrel.
GG's.
Line it up. He didn't need to know where his opponent was in the shack. All he needed to know, opponent was in the shack. And I see it time and time and time again at every tier of every region. Those shacks are a player's undoing, if you ask me.
Yeah.
And I mean, what are your options if you are W7? You've got those 3 walls of cover, or you're in the open field. You don't have a lot of options afforded to you. But to get in that shack is essentially saying, here, finish me.
It really is. It is, and it's a difficult place to be in. I think. Yeah, it's hard because, you look at that area around it, there wasn't much more cover. Those trees wouldn't have been as much cover as a shack, but the shack's just not good enough. And, I think at that point he probably knew, it's only one team here. I just need to, battle it out as much as I can, not give it to them. But, I got second place. This is about as good as I'm going to get. And honestly, a great game from W7. I mean, we did have a lot of the focus over to the eastern side, but they were still putting up the numbers when it came to that western side of zone as well. So big GG's going their way, but Brute Force, fantastic game, beautifully played. They were very, very strategic. They knew exactly where they were going, what they were doing, and who they were looking at. So very well done from them. Great game.
Is that correct? 13 elims for Brute Force?
Yep.
Okay, all right. So what I said about this even distribution thing, I'm going to take that and I'm going to put that in my back pocket, save that for some other event, and just say that what happened was a very healthy first 75% of the match, evenly distributed in terms of aggression and reservation. But come that last quarter of the match, Brute Force comes out guns a-blazing because that kill count rose significantly in that final stage. And look at them. But once again here, the damage, NIGMA just still leading in terms of damage, but flip the coin. Okay, this is only critiquing for the sake of critiquing. Because there's always room for improvement in PUBG Mobile, regardless of what tier. 7 eliminations versus 1,947 damage. Yes, they are phenomenal in confrontation. But what does it say when you're doing 1,290 more damage than the amount of kills that you're showing? It means that your knock to thirst ratio is less than 50%. And that is actually a problem. That could be fairly problematic. And the same can be said for the likes of S4. So while Brute Force, yes, less damage, look at the effectiveness of damage to knock to elimination ratio. Only 382 damage that did not go towards thirsting. Phenomenal performance. Well, can Brute Force keep it up? Because now is where things get a little spicy, Nep. Now is where we start to kick things up. We've seen our participants on the first map ever of Erangel, but that's the map first introduced, the one they're supposed to be most acquainted. Now we've seen them in the wide open desert of Miramar. But what's going to happen when we close things in on that lush, condensed, forest jungle of Sanhok, where strategy is flip-flopped? CQC is intensive, and as we all know to be the case, there are snakes in the grass, so you gotta watch your step. Well, only time's gonna tell, but we will be back with round 5 of 6 of the Graduates of Murder Unique Tournament Grand Finals in just a few short moments. Stick around, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna be back soon. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope y'all are ready because round 5 is here and it's time for that rumble in the jungle, that Sanhok CQC lush and vegetation action. Yeah. What does CQC and Sanhok have to do with one another? Well, I'll tell you, Sanhok is the flip-flop of our last 2 maps. You know, those 8x8 are... We'll throw those out the window. Now we are dealing with a much smaller region of territory, so meaning that the odds of 2 teams landing next to each other is just automatically going to be higher, but most condensed map as well, most lush and vegetation, meaning those snakes are in the grass, out lurking. You got to watch your step in the jungle. No time to waste. Let's go ahead and see what sort of flight path we're working.
Heck yeah, let's go. I'm ready. I'm so ready for this. You know me. I love a good Sanhok because I love chaos. You know, I'm toxic that way. Whatever is bad for the players, I love because it puts on a really, really great show. Absolutely. And that zone is an interesting one. I mean, again, you know, as everybody says, Sanhok, it doesn't really matter as much where the flight path goes. But it does as well, because then it might encourage some teams to go, ooh, let's go here, you know, our secondary or whatever, you know. So it is always interesting to see. We do have a couple people over on boot camp already, though. It's going to be a real fun one.
We got some, early booty camp altercations, as well as the likes of Mao dropping a little further to the east. And facing off against numerous teams. We actually got, here we see ONYX Esports and the Dark Knights having at it, and their first casualty has already been dropped. Blood has been spilled on the boot camp floor, ladies and gentlemen. And now we see a 2v4 on our hands because Dark Knight did secure that revive, and that spells trouble for the likes of ONYX Esports. They are going to be, I think I've made this metaphor once, but swarmed on like mosquitoes in a North Carolina summer. I know that that reference is not really clicking or connecting here in these regions, but I promise you the mosquitoes are bad. And
I got you.
Well, Baja, you know, with the DBS is icing on the cake. You don't want to be in a CQC against any DBS, and case in point, even though the first connecting licks were taking down Baja down to half health, he still was able to just land that one connection, that instant drop, that close range.
Jeez. Big GG's there for very simple, I won't call them easy, but I will call them simple eliminations for Dark Knight. That was really nicely played there. White, unfortunately, just did not have it.
Looks like GG's is in the team. GG's just came out of the thick of an altercation themselves.
Really?
It looks like they've been reduced down to a 3-piece. Whatever happened, they lost a member just now in the kill feed. But I'm looking at the map, and they have a good bit of distance from the opposition. I definitely wasn't expecting to see that after seeing them in the kill feed. But I also see the likes of NIGMA Galaxy and the BigBabies duking it out blow for blow in Sami, and as well as ONYX, you know, engaging against the Gangster Elite. So here we go. Closer needs to be a little bit closer to the opponent. They were exchanging bullet for bullet, dead evenly. Look at both their health.
Wow. Yeah.
Jinx. Well, if there's ever like content getting clipped, it's probably going to be that moment right there. When the casters agree. Well, we got Kappa going into full-on sneaky snake mode here, trying to get that line of sight through the sliver of the building. That is next-level tactics here. Trying to get a line of sight. He does account for his fallen teammate, but now it's to lure the bait. And the bait, his teammate, and you know ONYX Esports looks like they might even... be putting their eggs in multiple baskets. Doesn't look like they're going to fall for it per se. They're going to spread out. 2 members going to a wide flank rotation to acquire some high ground and maybe even catch an off angle on that member of GG's, Jiri 10, on the hill. Either way, I do want to see what's happening down south of the Sami region as well.
Let's go.
So as you see it, they're just going to be holding position. All the while down south, NIGMA Galaxy neck and neck at Sami with the BigBabies. Now, BigBabies You know, definitely leaving a decent mark there last round.
Wait.
But will it continue here, or the baby's going to be put to bed a little bit early here? Doesn't look so, because they got NIGMA down to a 2-piece. All the while...
They do.
My apologies. I thought we had the same screen on hand.
Yeah.
All right. Well, but sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Thought we were all looking at the same thing. Well, Lord of NIGMA has fallen, and we'll just call that a little bit of back-end storytelling. Well, if you're got to be down to a solo, though, Nep, oof, what a solo for it to be down to. Coops with a DBS, no thank you. I pass.
Oh! Except?
Luckily, the caster curse. Cesare said, "Yo, Red Eyes, do you mind hyping up Coops real quick for a second? I could really use a little hand here."
You know what's crazy, Red? They're gonna get all 4 up.
Yeah,
they're a full squad.
That might boil down to a bit of error on NIGMA's end, because at that point, when you have that many knocks and you yourself are that weakened, to go for the engagement of trying to take the last man on versus securing those three thirsts, I think, if you do go for those thirsts, you're likely to be finished off, but those kills are pretty imperative, especially when the odds of you reaching the point of getting placement points at the stage not high. I think that would have been the move to get those thirsts, but hey, hindsight 2020. How are you gonna tell Coops, you know, what to do?
True.
Looks like off in the distance, we are seeing a little bit of that spectator glitch. Looking like GG's, while they are showing up on the map, they're all but present. They've been eliminated back to lobby, but ONYX closer, lining themselves up for a 1v4 altercation, and caster curse.
Ouch.
Tell you what, from now on, I'm just gonna say team numbers, no team names.
Yeah, nothing. We can't.
I am so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you guys.
Bruh, what happened? It's just all come down to tonight, and we just keep caster cursing left, right, and center. I don't know what is going on.
Nep and I are starting up a caster cursing business where our loyalty is entirely for sale. If you want your team to win, for just a small fee, we will hype up the opponents to every degree.
Yep.
Jinx. All right.
Yeah, absolutely. Jinx are us, you know?
Well, it looks like we're left with a bit of a spread, except for out in the dead zone, way down south. Where, I guarantee you, our observers aren't even thinking to spectate it, because why would they?
Yeah.
There should be no reason for altercation down in Sami between the BigBabies and GG's still looming on, especially considering that this is a fight that has been dwindling on for minutes and minutes and minutes. And this is a boosted zone damage game. I don't think this is a smart move on either team's end, especially considering what's the best case scenario. GG gets 2 or 3 elims at this stage? Nah. Worst case, you're eliminated with nothing, with no placement points to speak of. This, in no sense of the word, is a fight that seems worth taking.
No, it's really not. And I think we keep seeing this again and again from GG certainly every single Erangel, and this game as well. They continue to stay in the blue zone and rotate very, very late. Unfortunately, you know, they only started out as a trio. They lost Robs early on, so now they're a duo. They just need to move quickly and effectively away. You know, Baby, they've got a little bit more skin in the game. They kind of know what they're doing. They got 5 eliminations already. They can risk it. You know, if they really want to, they can risk it. GG on the other hand?
Yeah, you can't turn your back on brute force, because gosh, if there's ever been a team that has named themselves appropriately, it's these guys. I mean, they come in guns ablaze. Look at this. Full confidence, full aggression, not even hiding, just out in plain sight, aggressively. He's got a little bit of blood on his tongue, and he is hungry on the hunt. Oh boy, kiss you. Kiss you. Getting a little kiss on the forehead as he was knocked, brought back to life, only so Neo can hunt him down.
Ouch.
A rough
That's
fate.
brutal.
Because now, if you are the final hope for Melise, you're in a best case scenario, a 1v3 or a very risky evacuation. And I
But
think
I tell
he
you,
knows. Go ahead.
yeah. No,
I
I
think
was
you're
just
about
gonna
to make the same
say,
point.
ONYX on the hill.
Oh,
They
never
gotta be
mind.
careful. Bonfire up there. They were kind of on that hillside. ONYX was just looking at them, and they decided to disengage. But they should have been They should have been quite careful there. Moving
Yeah.
in, I think they got a little bit too tunnel vision. Thankfully, they caught it. But yeah, that could have been a disaster for brute force. But they're actually moving on out. They're going to be centering up zone, prioritizing zone again. That's what we keep seeing, Red. A lot of these teams, these top teams on our leaderboards right now, continue to favor zone and get to zone, prioritizing it above all else. So it's really nice to see.
Boy, when you speak about that, the ARB champs, king of real estate, they know when the housing
True.
market is going up and down a little bit before us. Knows when to get that positioning.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right. That was a mistake to not account for the side. Numerous teams there. So that was definitely the more immediate threat. But where's the next bit of blood going to come from? There is this rumble in the jungle that keeps looming on, but at this point, as we know to be the nature of power, we did see a lot of heal strats, surprisingly enough, in this first half. Now, we have reached a point in this esports scene where we have changed up the scoring structure. It's a more elimination intensive, less placement oriented focus. So while Sanhok, the notorious heal strat, was the move for so long, to every annoyance of every caster in this scene, we have endured that heal strat. But I think our players are realizing quickly, when they are sucking up that much blue zone damage this early on, you can't do that in the second half of this Sanhok. No sir, especially not up against a likes of these heavy hitters.
Yeah, absolutely. I will just say that ARB have been zone blessed once again. They moved in as the zone popped up, and they are in it. So they've got a nice little compound to themselves. But I will say there's a lot of real estate being taken up in this center area. Brute Force, W7, ARB, they all got it. They're all hungry for it. But Empire closing out the bottom there. So could see, I think our next fight probably is going to be between Mao and Empire. Dagestan might have a little look at it, but Fury once again keeping to themselves. So they're going to be brewing for just a little bit more.
Yeah, this is a ton of open opportunity for Dagestan and for W7 to utilize a third party, and I mean a third party like of which you haven't seen in a while, because Empire with this gatekeep is primarily distracted with them. Now you can see Gulu is their coin in the back pocket, holding that position, but realistically, the second Empire really focuses on Mao, and that is DG's, honing beam, their signal in the sky, their bat signal to focus their attention that way. And same for W7. W7 could get, a little bit in trouble for it, but DG has a real opportunity to capitalize here if they play this right.
Yeah, I think Sanhok is a difficult map in that, even on Erangel you have more sightlines, but on Sanhok all these trees really block your view. So
you can be 5 meters away.
Empire, Dagestan and Empire definitely have eyes on each other, but they're probably not going to get that many shots off because of these trees, and that cover just really blocks those sightlines. I am seeing damage coming in from somewhere though. Yeah, up against Mao over here.
Yep, this is the fight that you predicted. Empire is focusing in on this gatekeep against Mao. They know Mao has to that inevitable blue zone damage, and they're already weakened with little resources, at this point, in terms of making it to that in-game finish, meaning that even if they are to take on this fight, that means they still need to try to save some utilities for that in-game. As you've noted, this is such a geographically intensive map. There's so much natural cover afforded to the participants. More grass to hide inside, trees and boulders to hide behind. 5 meters you can be 5 meters from your opponent and not know.
Oh no.
Well,
I don't think shooting was the
don't-
right play there.
No, absolutely not. I think that Bad's rotation could have been their saving grace, and I think that now that he fired from that low ground, he's basically sealed their fate, where the numbers are even less in favor, and now it's a 1v3 against a low ground. Oh, but the nade! Just in time, Nep! Just in time! No, 2 birds, 1 stone!
What? No.
He got 2 of them. It's down to Haji. No way. If Bad does this, then what? I mean, hey, after what we saw last match, I don't even blame him. I don't even blame him.
He's not going to get it in the zone. He's not going to get to it.
Yeah,
He's out.
I also don't blame him. He knew he wasn't getting to zone, so he cured the thirst. Best thing he could have done in the moment, it was that, because yes, he was vulnerable to Haji's Overwatch, but Haji had to get into zone, and he knew it.
Yeah.
And he had a split call to make, and I think he made it right. What an performance by him.
Big GGs.
Yeah, golf claps all around.
Yeah, he really made up for the initial mistake of firing by clutching like that, because that was him that fired, and I was like, oh my god.
He did that with every disadvantage going in his favor. He had no numbers, no high ground, no Overwatch. Look at this, all the while Dagestan facing off in the distance.
No!
Yep, nades crashed down onto Keep. And boy, oh boy, Dagestan sent right on back to lobby. That's your one chance at Sanhok, and that is gone. There's only one Sanhok today, ladies and gents. Well, if you're
it is interesting. Oh, sorry. If I'm interrupting, it's because you're cutting out, so I can't hear you.
It is no problem at all. I'm just a rambler. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, it's just that it's interesting how Dagestan actually died, where they died in zone. It looks like they kind of tried to full send it to center, which is an odd play from them, I think. I understand it in some ways, but on Sanhok, where you know everybody has had time to move into those central positions, not sure what the idea was behind that. So I'd be interested to kind of see what their play was there, but unfortunately it didn't work out either way. The zone does go to the north again, so all these teams did go correctly. But what am I seeing here? ARB taking out most of Brute Force here. Yeah, Brute Force is a solo.
Yeah, I mean, if there's ever a time for ARB to capitalize, as I said, with Brute Force focusing in on that southbound gatekeep, it did leave open opportunity. I don't think that's necessarily what happened, because we weren't able to see everything that happened in between those two teams in the meantime. But I do think that the outcome ended up being fairly similar, where those two teams were inevitably to face off. But I am curious, with Fury working their way into a southbound flank, this could be, if I'm right, and Dark Knight does, hold this compound cover, it could leave a little bit of a little hurdle for Fury to climb.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to this fight, and it looks like you're right here. Look going down first and foremost. But how will Fury end up taking this one back if they can? At the moment, Dark Knight do have that advantage, going to be spraying on down. Hopefully that they kind of, if I were Dark Knight, I would start moving up very quickly. But Fury look to be doing the same thing. They're not letting this become on their side defensive, so that's really nice. They're bringing that offensive immediately. Really nice to see.
Gosh, Fury, the kings of the in-game performance. They know how to reach that in-game every time. And granted, they're not doing it in anything like overly impressive. It's just a matter of patience and predictability to the zone. And I do think, in terms of Fury, they were trying to play to what worked in the second and third round, where they essentially had the bottom half of zone to themselves. They wanted a little more of the same, but it's not going to happen this time with Dark Knight there. Whether or not Frog can hop his way on into zone safely, yet to be seen.
Yeah, that's going to be a really hard one. On one hand, you have Sanhok enabling solos to survive a little bit longer. You got some really good cover for those snake tactics, but at the same time, it means that there's a lot of teams in a very small area, and solos generally do not get permitted. Are not permitted to survive very long in these kinds of zones. So have to see how far he can make it. At the moment that we got W7 rather, trying to make their way into zone.
Yeah, and they're going to be stuck in between a rock and a hard place. On one side, they got Brute Force, and on the other, it's S4. It's literally making them the deli meat in a peanut butter and truffle sandwich. Deli.
Yeah.
What are words? But the deli meat in a peanut butter and truffle sandwich. And now to add insult to injury, now they are members of a 4-way standoff as members of Fury Esports now hold the bottom end. So it's got Fury. We've got S4, we've got, W7, and we got, well, I was going to say, and Dark Knight. All for Fury to worry about. And you know what? It's going to be bloodbath warfare from here on out to the remainder of this game. Given this zone, and ARB, once again, getting some favorability here with this compound cover, but doing so in a very big spread. This is not what we saw from ARB in previous matches with this spread. You know, they've been a solidified unit and playing the more reserved approach, but here we're seeing a little more confidence with it.
Yeah, and that is really nice to see, I think. It is dangerous, but what I do like is they're keeping a large portion of the zone, so they're trying to get as much cover or ground to cover as possible, and that's really going to put pressure on those teams and stick them together. So maybe not so much that all the attention will be on ARB, but they'll fight amongst themselves. And that's what that's going to push them against. I can't talk. It's getting late.
Well, you know, this is going to be curious to see, because I do feel that little bit of hesitation that I heard in your voice. I feel it too. Like, yes, I am happy to see that they're comfortable. However, I'm not sure this is that right time. But in poker, we call this that big stack bully tactic. When you're down to that in game and the chips are in your favor, that's when you just bet and bully the rest of the playing field. That's what ARB's doing here, utilizing numbers in their favor. They are 1v1v1, a full team up against solos. This is their match to lose.
What? Red, did you see that?
And the front. No.
What? That was less than 5 seconds. I think
that was quick work.
Wow. Okay. ARB.
All right, so what does that tell me? That tells me a lot of people trying to test that heel strat a little too much, baby. Maybe risking it for the biscuit a little too much, because, ladies and gents, that blue zone, I don't care what tier you're at, what region you play in, nobody, and I mean nobody, has a higher KD than.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
Boy, it's frog legs for ARB tonight.
It sure
Goodness
is.
gracious.
Oh my goodness.
It looks like
it looks like at the end of the day, like all of a sudden there were 3 solos and that was it. ARB, nicely done. I guess they took out Dark Knight. I didn't quite see that. That all went.
It happened
quickly.
so fast, Nep. I was, you know, just hyping up the numbers in their favor before the match ended. Literally,
I thought
in
we
a
had a
matter of
couple more
seconds.
minutes.
At least a minute, But that was one heck of a 10-second period. But regardless, ARB with another impressive finish here. Now, this is their second win in 5 matches, Nep. And boy, did they do so in full form. 8 kills to their name, 6 kills between 2 of their players. It's a pretty darn healthy showing all around, especially when you include those 10 placement points on it. I'm very curious to see what the overall placement is going to be as a result. But you know what? Talk about consistency, Fury. Hey, I mean, that is, they've got a first. They now have 2 second place finishes. This is consistency on a different scale. I mean, it is. Wow. It really is. We haven't seen, you know, that elimination intensive performance from them, but that, you know, realistically, this consistent of placement points might just be enough. We'll have to see.
Yeah, totally. I don't think it's going to be quite enough for the win, because, you know, ARB, they got two eliminations, and those, 2 eliminations. They've got 2 wins, and those eliminations have been fairly high. But I tell you what, it shows you what just consistency can get you. They're easily top 3, just with consistent medium points. You know, it's been a really, really nice thing to watch from them for sure.
But Nep, you know what it does beg the question: will Fury Esports make the move? Will they realize, you know, hey, our main opponent, if we take them out first thing in round 5, it could change everything. Look how close these teams are. 3 points separating third place from first. It is neck and neck, and this is exactly what the edge of your seat was made for, Nep.
Yeah, it absolutely was. I don't know, because it all comes down to this last game. And if you even look down to 6th and 7th, 31 points, tied first of all. Second of all, within a game, a good game of the first place, right, of the chicken dinner. It's easy. It's easier said than done, obviously, but it's still an easy win. You have a good game this last game, and everything could change. So we need to see a lot of good stuff coming in from the top 3 to keep the top 3, and we need to see a lot of good stuff from the lower 4 to grab that win from them. I mean, it's going to be a lot of pressure on everybody concerned, so this is definitely going to be an epic last game.
And I'm going to have my eye on 2 teams specifically, and that's going to be Empire of Titans and NIGMA Galaxy, because those are the 2 wild card variables in here, because they're not high enough placed that I think that they're going to try to ensure in-game right off the bat. I think they're going to, you know, if you're a team like NIGMA, you're going to want to try to take ARB or Brute Force or Fury up down a peg early game before they have the opportunity to get those elims. You really want, and if they do so successfully, it could change the result of this tournament entirely. But only 1 round left to decide, and we're going to end things where it all began, I believe, back to the very first map ever of Erangel, as we return for our 6th and our final match of the GOM Unique Tournament Grand Finals in just a few short moments. Stick around. We'll be back soon. ladies and gentlemen, 30 minutes. 30 minutes is all that's left to decide who wants it the most. Everyone's had their little slice of the chicken, but who's taking home the big plate? It's all going to boil down to this, and what a fitting way to end it than exactly where it all began for PUBG Mobile. Of course, the very first map, our round 1 is also going to be our round 6. It's going to be Erangel. And now, more than ever, is where our team should have something to predict. You've seen the drop locations of your opponents. You've seen the strategies of their opponents on Erangel. Now it's time to predict and maybe even add a surprise factor. No time to waste. I think that plane just left the ground. Let's go see and get into the action.
I mean, as far as plane paths go, this one's pretty on the nose.
Yeah.
Textbook.
I swear, almost every flight path, with exception to Sanhok, which is almost irrelevant in terms of flight paths, I'd say it's been favoring the participants fairly well.
Yeah.
But as we saw in round 2, that first zone shift is, can always keep you on your toes.
True.
But already, we got some early droppers. We got Brute Force going for the early drop of Severny. Meanwhile, looks to be like Dark Knight is the focus of repetition here. Going for the Georgia pole again, I believe. And that's going to be... Was GG the other team that went into North George in the previous...
There were 3 teams, yes.
I thought it was them and ARB Champs was who I thought. But I could be wrong, but... the DK crew was definitely, and so if anybody should have predicted DK's drop spot, that's where you would go. Look at this. Now this is a focus here. NIGMA Galaxy and Mao dropping Pachinki for that early game confrontation.
Okay.
All right, you've got my attention.
Right.
I'd love to catch eyes on that. And also down south, out below Milta, we have another potential confrontation on the board, but here we see it. Alicio already equipped with that PP-19 Bison, that 53-round clip, with that S-18 for the more close-range altercations. But look, across the way, what happens when unstoppable force meets an unmovable object? Coops and Alicio that close to each other. Oh my goodness. Well, Lord also fairly equipped here. He's got himself that AK-47 with a shotgun, only level 1 armor thus far, so he's definitely still on the hunt for some more resources and maybe a few more utilities, but I think at this point all of our participants have something to defend themselves with, so I have got my eyes on that Coops Alicio Cainsley altercation in the works. Cainsley, pardon me.
Yeah, and this is going to be a lot of fun. I think that off the bat, obviously, NIGMA Galaxy have the advantage just because they are a full squad. Unfortunately, for Mao, they are only a trio for this hot drop, and they're about to be a duo because that nade was very nice.
We just watched an artist, with his paintbrush. That was a perfectly thrown nade. And look at this, NIGMA, for numerous reasons, having an advantage. Not just the numbers, but also the BOA method in full effect, constricting on the opponent simultaneously, and Coops not even needing to advance because he knows that's what's expected. But the odds get a little turn, and you don't... There it is, Alicio getting Coops! Oh, this is gonna be insane. Is this a 2v2? It is. We got a 2v2.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
100%. Wow,
it's
what
GOAT
happened?
v GOAT. Oh man. Well, I'll tell you what happened. A little bit of predictability. Coops hanging back there because he knows that eyes are on him and people are expecting him to be the push. So he held back a little longer. But Alicio, all the patient, knew that it was a distraction. So when Coops finally did push forward after Rauf and Lord took the attention, Alicio knew this drill all too well. He knew this play. And if you think that Alicio has not studied Coops' gameplay and vice versa, you're wrong. These two they're going college level study booking. And Yeah, they're well acquainted with one another's play styles, and I think that was just a battle of patience, and Alicio won it.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
sure did.
We got now Freak being taken down in the distance from. Oh, it's that's the North Georgia region. That's that inevitable fight that we have seen in rounds 1 and 3. We have a battle on the rooftop. Rauf in a hot pursuit of his opponent, just doing some hardcore parkour, ninja assassin jumping. Look at somebody did their leg workouts and definitely has their ups. Yeah, a little too confident there, but you know, that's a little difference of showmanship versus effectiveness. You know, that was fancy, more so than effective.
Yep. Totally. I think also, if I had been Rauf there, I think there was a moment where most of Mal were away from him, where he could have actually gone to revive Coops and not really been seen at all. So I would have liked to see him try and go for that revive onto Coops, maybe back off, disengage, or maybe just go for it again. I don't know, but I think him going alone there, going into the middle of all three of them, I think was a little bit of a mistake, a little bit, like you said, a little bit of the showmanship. Great jumps, we got some epic parkour, but did that help them win? No.
No. But you know what? You bring up a great point, and that's the same thing NIGMA did in round 3, I believe. They essentially lost, or maybe it was actually last match where, it was last match in Sanhok, where they sent Coops forward as a solo. And this is the thing, that confidence factor, it's very well deserved confidence, but it can still border onto cockiness, and cockiness is where error is made. NIGMA Galaxy, never afraid of a fight. Never.
Yeah.
And what is their undoing? The fact that they're never afraid of a fight. Because yes, they are some of the most, experienced players. Sure. But this is the cream of the crop. The best of the best. Everyone here is a champion. So it almost seems like NIGMA has to find that balance of dialing things back just a smidge, because what they're doing is bordering full-on aggression and almost doing it perfectly. Almost. But that last little bit where they send, a solo out on their own, those split-second advancements, those little hectic mistakes in the spur of the moment, well, they just cost them the game.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm just looking over here at Empire. Is Empire solo? He is kind of, he's solo over in school.
He's a solo, but team is still very much live, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I kind of am getting vibes from Empire right now, because Empire, the rest of them are over on that compound by the river. So they have a northernmost approach to these apartments. So they've got some interesting angles going on. So like you were saying, kind of that constricting approach here onto these two teams who are battling out in apartments. Which, by the way, Red, I don't know what your thoughts are on this. Apartments, the worst spot on
we can
Erangel.
nuke apartments. We can nuke that whole nuke school in apartments off the map, because Red Eyes is not a fan.
No, I like school. Moving to apartments and fighting apartments like this, I hate it. But that's nice.
We got ONYX being pushed on by a 3-piece of Dagestan, and this is where trouble is brewing here. He's doing everything right, given this, situation of being outnumbered, outmanned, outgunned. He's trying to give himself a high ground and enshroud himself in what cover he can. But, isn't enough! He got 2-1-1! Oh my god! No way! NRG 666 getting 2 birds with 1 spray in the DBS, and then quickly, it's only a 2 clip before the reload, and he got it. Nep, he just took down 3 members and 2 sprays, I think.
Yes! 1 shot, 2 headshots. Oh my god, that's going on Instagram.
That
Please do not ruin this
absolutely
by
social media content. Yeah. Do not.
Come on. He's got the res.
I mean, where is his teammate?
I know.
1 building over. This is the time to advance. Sorry. not trying to get biased, but wow.
Yeah.
Oh, you cannot let all that progress be undone.
No!
Well, he does need to heal at this point. The damage is done. The progress is lost. So yes, at that point, I do understand the heal up. But now you've already healed. You still have him weakened. Oh. Yeah, you know what? This is that Observer 2020 hindsight. And look who's coming in. They heard it. They heard the shots. They smelled the blood in the water. And the sharks in the Empire of Titan have wham up to the party. And that is not what Dagestan was hoping for. ONYX, on the other hand, getting a little saving grace, evening the odds.
Absolutely.
But sort of, is it really? Kind of out of one problem, different problem presented. Result.
You've got a frying pan on one hand and you've got a fire on the other, Red. It's really what the situation is.
Stuck in between a rock and a hard. Oh, and down it goes. Like a bad habit, lightning does not strike twice. And he got away with murder that first time.
He
and
sure
boy,
did.
Well, Haji, still ever so cautious, even though I'm not so sure he needs to be this cautious. Up against a solo in ONYX, but again, he doesn't know that's solo.
Exactly. He doesn't know a whole lot, honestly, but that zone's going to be moving in. I'd leave. I mean, that was a perfect push by Empire. It's been brewing for a while. They had that kind of area surrounded, and they've made a great push with great timing there. But now's the time to get out of dodge because the zone is moving in. It's going to start hurting pretty darn quick. And the new zone is by no means going to be fun. It's not going to be an easy zone, this next one coming up. So they should get their spot in there pretty quickly if I were them.
Especially looking at the congestion on the east side of zone. Definitely a lot of teams congregating there so they don't have to account for their backside. There's a thing called a catch-22, though, as you mentioned, Nep. When everyone has the same unique idea, it's not so unique. Oh, the baby's getting put back in the crib by ONYX Esports. And now it's down to Cesari alone, reduced down to the final member, and desperately trying to enshroud himself in a cloud of smoke. Too little, too late, and the Titans have struck.
Oh my goodness, that was like 2 teams there. White and Babies both going down pretty quickly there. Titans doing a good job, though. Only 2 eliminations, but they came up as the cleanup crew.
Nep,
so
look
they
who's
did
coming in.
Job. I know, I just saw it. ARB.
Yeah, you're hyping up Titan. I'm about to say you're about to cast her.
They're moving.
RB's coming in.
No.
They're coming in for a third party, or trying to position themselves for a third party. And we got to be careful because the second we hype up a team, that is putting all the karma in the wind and saying, all right, well, so Titan is getting pushed on from the south end, driven by ARB. It doesn't look like ARB is really prioritizing any sort of engagement. And I think this is what we should have expected from ARB, is to try to find a safe positioning at this point, to lay low for a while, let these numbers dwindle as they have before. This is not a kill-intensive team. The fact that I see ARB with 0 kills so far doesn't even really throw me off.
No, not at all.
However, you know, we did talk about it before the match started. They would probably need a significant number of eliminations to throw everyone off from the get-go. But there's so much in the running that I think that they still have such a good shot. I can totally understand the hesitation, and it's worked for them. You know, all right. Well, we are down to 32 people spread across 10 teams with no zone, hardly any zone to speak of. And what little zone there is, you know, 1/3 of it is water. So unless you're Michael Phelps, I don't see it being an advantageous position for you. So it is a battle for real estate.
What I do want to point out, Red, just very quickly, we are seeing Fury right now, but what we haven't seen so far tonight is these big teams that leave it until the end game to really get their eliminations. We haven't seen them spread out across the zone. Normally, we've seen Brute Force and Fury both at the south side of the zone. Right now, you've got Fury on the south side, Brute Force on the north-ish.
And I'll give that credit to Brute.
Yeah.
You know, like, Fury is expected.
Yeah, true. From the south side, they always come in from the south side.
It's almost as expected to have Fury approach from the south end of zone and play that waiting game. And why not? It's worked 3 out of the previous 5 matches. It's played in perfect form for them. So why not? I'll tell you why not. Because this is the final match, the third Erangel, where everyone's predicting. And that is where it's going to lead to trouble. Ooh, but actually, Fury's got a nice, solid push together. So even if Mao engages, that's not going to be as troublesome as I had predicted.
Yeah. What is going to be troublesome, though, Red, is that new zone. It's gone straight over to Lipovka. So we're going to see a massive Genesis, Exodus, wrong book, massive Exodus over to town. Very, very quickly, and the ridges around it. So it's about to get spicy out here.
And to have this final stage of zones still occupied by water is only further icing on the cake for us, the observer. Only even harder of a kick to the foot for our participants. Look at this. Fury once again driving around like madmen. Just actively searching for the smokes. Lacho is bowling ball looking for some bowling pins. And boy, aggression and a little bit of vulnerability is not paying off in their favor this time. Look at this. They're still sticking to it with Frog down. Lacho eliminated. They're still out here doing this.
I love it.
Well, as much as I want to hate, I'm a little curious to see how this plays off. It's honestly, it's so crazy and so unorthodox that it might work.
Yeah.
Because no one's gonna expect a 2-piece.
No. To be doing it. No, absolutely not. It's really taking that car meta to a whole other level, and also a really good representation of why smokes are not always your best friend, I gotta say.
Yeah. Exactly. It's a great point. Where it once was what covered you up, it's also the thing that sets you a smoke, but it also leaves room, for a little bit of tactics. You can lure your opponent to fire at false smoke, but that's not what we're seeing. We are seeing Fury falling for the bait, tooth and nail, driving right through him, just praying for that lucky takedown. And boy, it's like getting behind the wheel and closing your eyes and saying, all right, channel your inner Paul Walker and just hope for the best.
Yeah, exactly. Gosh, but we're down to 8 teams now, Red. It's gone down very, very quickly. I feel like just a minute ago, you were saying, 31 teams left alive. 31 players left alive. It's now 22, so we've thirded that. I don't think that's a phrase to use, but I'm going to use it anyway because why not? It's the last game. We're seeing ONYX down to the south side as well, just to keep you guys up to date with how ONYX is doing. Just a solo behind a car, being very quiet, not even a whisper, just chilling. Yeah. So that's really the best place to be.
A mouse on Christmas Eve, and I don't blame them. If you are closer, and you did reach that sort of in-game performance last match, I believe, where he did secure some placement, and he's at this point where there is not a lot of opportunity to engage against these numbered teams. I think he's got the right idea. Just try to let yourself climb to that point. Now, for everyone else, it is a battle for who can hold Lipovka. S4, Dark Knight, Fury, and Brute Force all have that idea, but Empire of Titan and Titan, this is something I've been waiting all day to make a dad joke about, and I'm finally getting it. The battle for who gets the title of Titan, and it looks like Empire has claimed it.
Excellent. Yeah, that's a big GG's from them. I will say, though, when we talk about teams moving in and setting up and waiting for that right time, Bonfire, once again, not Bonfire. Darn it. Brute Force.
Yeah.
Brute Force. Yeah, they are setting up
going on?
Vengeance.
To be honest, if we can have a look at the map view for just a moment to show the viewers, I am not sure that I've seen this before, but 2 members of Brute Force, I don't even know if I want to, I don't know what sort of delay we're working with, but they are water snaking.
They're in the water. They're in the water.
As much as I want to hate, I am so curious about what their game plan is,
Yeah.
because this could be, I mean, it's so unorthodox that it might work.
Yeah. Now they're not quite the map feed is lying slightly. They're not actually in the water. They're in the cliffs next to it. There
All
we
right.
go.
Okay,
GG's.
but still,
Yeah.
it's a little unorthodox to
It is.
utilize a 2-1-1 split with almost 20 players left on the field, but spread across so many teams.
Yeah.
It's, again, I still am going to argue that it's a little unorthodox, and it's because of that.
Absolutely.
I think it's going to surprise the rest of the playing field. But
I think it absolutely will. Yeah.
Dark Knight.
Specifically S4.
Yeah.
They have no idea that somebody's right there, and they got the perfect sight lines because they're gonna have to come out of Lipovka eventually. Who just got run over? I missed it.
Oh, well, I saw Empire driving what was into their undoing, but quickly realizing mistaken. And you want to talk about Paul Walker, that drift 180, you couldn't see someone turn around so fast. Now look at this, the ARB champs. This is what I expect. They got their compound cover, they got their new zone, they got their placement, and now they have a lot of open field around them to hunt through. I mean, honestly, I don't expect them to be overly aggressive just yet. I expect about 5 to 10 more people to be, taken out before we start see them really kind of branching out like they did in the last match.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. Fury really getting the short end of the stick here, honestly.
Man.
Oh, and he thinks he's done something really cool, and he has, except Brute Force have decided that they're cooler. Yeah,
Creed says, "Can you take me higher?" They said, "Yeah, we can take you all the way to heaven, buddy. Get you right on back to lobby."
Exactly. So, yeah, I think Fury really got sold the short end of the stick there. They had a really good spot in Lipovka, and then the zone went, nope, haha, just kidding, psych, we're going up to the fields. So, it is how it is, but GG's nonetheless. But ARB got a solid compound here. They're just on the edge of zone, so I'm not sure how much longer they can actually keep hold of this, but it's got some good leverage from entry. Yeah.
I think they got the right idea for several reasons. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. They probably will have to shift with this new zone, but even so, a late shift would potentially allow the likes of Brute Force to face off against the remainder of the playing field. All they really need is to kind of just lay it low like they have done, and I think, that they should get that late migration into zone as they're planning, and you know what? The next zone has spoken. And by the grace of Pub Jesus, they are graced with the next zone again. I mean, someone definitely made their offerings of UC, and they said, please grace us with the next zone. It shall be so. Well, the Dark Knights. Well, Dark Knight's night has set a little bit early, and that will be good night for them. Now we're down to our final 4 teams. It's going to be Empire of Titan, Brute Force, ARB, and S4G, an almost fair fight ending, a 4v4 v 3v3 to end our 6th and final match, the GOM Unique Tournament Grand Final.
You know what I love as well is S4's here. I don't think we've seen S4 in the top 4 this entire time, so it's really nice to see them here in the last game. We get to see them. We get to have a close quarter look at what they're all about. And also a good comp. Wait, hop.
Oh boy, Missouri just those 6x M4 shots like the man has never heard of recoil, and he doesn't even know what that is. But I think you bring up a great point. We haven't seen much in game. Ooh, hold on, Repo in a 1v1. Oh my god, no! What they weren't expecting, neither Repo nor his opponent Force was expecting 180 to take them both out. They just, if the tables have turned in any situation, it is right now. Well, look at this.
And Empire just thirsting that up as well.
Why not? Why not? They are doing what ARB, intended to do, and is actually still doing. ARB actually might be doing it a little more effectively. They have almost 75% of the zone to themselves. They're letting these guys just take each other. Oh my goodness! The level of utilities, it's just not seen at this level. In other regions, unnamed regions, this is gonna be intense. You got brute force versus S4, and if he gets this revive, that is an error on brute force's end, but still with numbers in their favor.
Red, I have to be honest. I don't think I've seen this many smokes ever. What is happening with this many smokes? What is going on?
You know, it's a hot event. It's a very hot event, and we're reaching stages. That fire's gone out. Brute force, the bonfire, as you call them, putting out a smoky finish here, and S4 putting up the final stand, and no way, Empire, the king of third parties in this final round, just easy pickings from a position of safety, just ruining brute force's day, and now finally. We are going to see the ARB champs come and make their presence known. Case and point. Here he comes. That's a takedown right then and there. And that is going to leave a weakened Empire. Gully with little time to react. He's going to have to pull his rotation now. And he's going to pull it as an aggressive advancement upon the opponent before any revives. But he's a little too late. The revive has been secured. And he realizes that right now. Still, he's going to make his great attempt here. He is a professional bowling ball, and they are the bowling pin, as far as he is concerned.
I tell you what else has happened, though. That altercation between those two has allowed Bonfire to push on up. So now, what I thought was ARB easily getting the majority of the stone during that previous fight is not actually that other team, Team 14, doing the exact same thing.
I'm glad you pointed that out. I didn't even notice that, but Empire actually potentially kind of lining themselves up for what could either be their saving grace or their inevitable ending, because they are pushing themselves between three teams, but at the same time, they are doing it, bullying the playing field, stepping out. I actually, you know what? With this high ground, it can go either way. Most of the time, I'll play it or against favor. I don't know which one is going to be here because, yes, they are sandwiched, but they are splitting up, diversifying their portfolio.
You know what I love about Empire is these pushes, these immediate pushes. Once they get the knock, they're gone. They're going for it. Unfortunately for ARB, Missouri, but he gets him.
Yeah, he gets him, but Gully, taken out from behind. No way. Rihan, the final hope for Empire with that 4x M4, and only a split second to make the move, and his brute force with a third party from the low ground. And now, final two teams, it's a 2-4. Can HMD of ARB get the revive on his fallen teammate? No way, no chance.
No,
it's going to be a 1v, oh my goodness, a 1v4, all odds stacked against him.
Oh my god.
Hey, you know what? Crazier things have happened. We've seen 1v4s. It ain't gonna be, very likely. But hey, can't rule anyone out. Yep, that's pre-pod down, and that's gonna bring him down to a 3. And it's gone. And it's done. It's all gone.
It's done. Done and dusted. GG's.
Wow.
Big GG's. I will say, it was actually a 1v5 because the blue zone started coming in. So, GG's. But
the unintentional third party from Big Blue himself.
Exactly.
Wow.
But massive GG's to Brute Force. Fantastic gameplay. Oh my goodness. What a team.
We are talking about a team that won the last two matches along with a second place finish in round 1. That is such a well-rounded performance, especially considering Brute Force's gameplay and tactic style. That's a team that didn't play the slow haul. Okay, that's not the ARB champ method by any means. They did not lay low and let no handle. They were out, as I said last match, pretty much evenly distributing their kills the entirety of this event, from beginning of match to the end of match, actively looking for the fights, but only picking the ones that seem, like a good investment. They have the best odds. It's almost a statistical approach, weighing the percentage of chance of of survivability. Well, ladies and gents, that is the final match of the day. What an absolute... I mean, what a game. What a day. This was... There was not much downtime between any altercations from start to finish today. You know, often you'll find those bad zone Miramar starts where you're with that 10-minute waiting period for teams to just to find each other. Well, no, that's not how it went here. Bloodbath warfare, start to finish. Nep, what are your takeaways?
Takeaways, there's a lot of teams that I'm not familiar with. That I will be looking for in the future. Brute Force particularly, really, really, really good team there. I think I've frozen. I think I'm back. There we go. Yeah, just really, really good stuff from so many of these teams. Not much from some of the others I might have expected better things from. Can I stop freezing? That would be great. There we go. Yeah, I think overall just some really, really good stuff, but particularly some teams I've not known before that I definitely will be looking at.
Let's get into the science and the math of that. Let's have some statistics.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's have a look-see at what the standings with it. Look at that. Haji, again, finding himself in one of the top 5 eliminations. But this time, look at the damage differentials from round 1. Completely halved. You know, we are seeing, rather than that all-out, you know, berserker strat that we were talking about expecting come round 6, teams were playing a bit safer, and I could understand why, because it was a lot of neck-and-neck action, a lot of close standings overall. And, you know, with money on the table, that's where it comes down to making sure you get the good overall placement. And so I'm not that surprised to see that dial back in round 6. Maybe I shouldn't have made the prediction in Caster Curse, but look, a change in the tides, because now Empire just... What? Are you kidding me? 2,900 damage. Where did this come from? This must be the Empire of Titan that the Europe GOM finals, pre-final stages was talking about. Pardon me. The Emea pre-final stages was talking about. You know, the Empire Titan, you know, dominated that stage 20 points ahead of second place. And I was like, you know, where is that? Well, I found him. I found him here, round 6. But... 100%. You know, again, there's always room for improvement, and that that knock to thirst ratio there is more than doubled in terms of damage. So there's still a lot of room in terms of efficiency and which fights to take on, and which you know, advancements to make after you get those knocks. But hey, you know, talk about a lot of talent on the table. And a nice, strong finish. And you know what? Give credit where credit is due. Brute Force, start to finish, consistent. All out, aggressive, but evenly distributed, and picking their battles. Yeah, aggressive, but they know when to actually take the fight on and when to bow out.
Yeah.
All right. Well, just to recap. Go ahead.
I was gonna say they definitely know how to set up their fights as well. You know, they take forever to make sure they have the perfect spot in zone, and then they make their play, and it always works. You know, so yeah, it's a good testament to why you need to set up fights, and I think that's really overlooked a lot of the time.
You know what is kind of cool to see here is just, we do see ARB showing, you know, a lot of consistency in terms of overall results. Same with Brute Force, but this was such a fairly evenly distributed event. I mean, these teams, there was no predetermined winner pre-round 5, and I can't tell you how many events I know you cast where you try to hype it up as a close call, but sometimes there are just natural outlier difference in skill gaps. This was a lot closer of a call to me, and I think that all these teams have a lot of information to take home with them now in terms of how everyone, I mean, they're going to be facing off against a lot of teams in the future. And it's good to get that insight, and good to get that insight onto your own errors here and how you can adjust moving forward, especially if you're a team like Fury or NIGMA. But here we have it, the overall standings.
Here we go.
They win by brute force.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They really do, yeah.
Well,
yeah,
ARB,
fantastic.
you know, it's a battle of the old play style and the new play style. And yes, there's room for the old play style still. ARB, nothing wrong with Silver, but I think we saw, you know, when it comes down to it, neck and neck, you know, that's where brute force really shined through.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think in many ways, you know, sometimes you see a team that really decides that the game is done when they lose one of their players. Sometimes you see that. And I think with ARB, that was a big factor. They went straight back to a degree. They went straight back to the strategy of game 1 and 2 when they were just duos. As soon as they lost that 4th player, they went back to playing how they did at the beginning of tonight. So I think if they had been a full squad, we might have seen a little bit more aggression coming from them. But it is interesting to kind of get those little glimpses into the mentality and the strategies of teams, how they react after losing a player early. It's very interesting. But again, like you said, still room for that old strat. 9 points difference rather, so not that much really. And they kept ahead of that 3rd place, so big GGs.
Yeah, just all around bloodbath and impressive performances by so many of the teams today.
Yeah.
But and take everything we say with a grain of salt. You know, this is from the position of an observer, not a tier 1, but from an observer. And I will say, you know, we've both of us have casted a lot of events, and there's always room for, regardless of what tier they are. And I guarantee you, teams like Fury and teams like NIGMA are gonna go home this extra insight and do some extra homework. And hey, you know, we saw what worked, we saw what didn't. Now let's adjust moving forward. But, well, ladies and gentlemen, okay. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say it has been an honor and pleasure getting to cast the GOM Unique Tournament Grand Finals next to such an amazing co-caster and analyst, Miss Neptour. Great working with you. And I really hope to get to cast more of these regions sometime.
Yeah.
Because elevated gameplay is an understatement. But ladies and gentlemen, until next time, I'm Red Eyes. This is Neptura. We'll kick at you with the highlights of the GOM Unique Tournament Grand Finals. We'll see you next time.